Podcast. I'm Jarrett Duncan.
RJ Baylog.
And this isn't the Criterion Collection. Nothing resembling it at all. Hey, RJ, remember last year when you watched a Puppet Master movie and then soon after we were watching like 100 Full Moon Entertainment films?
Yeah, I do remember. That was the worst fucking month of my life
Or was it one of the
to
best?
date.
Was it one of the best?
Oh, you're gonna do that, eh? Or consider this: it was the best. Well,
I'm clickbaiting you, bro.
do we need some context to what that was all about? Because it's now going to be a tradition apparently.
Well, yeah. So here we are. It's spring. It's beautiful outside. The birds are eating worms from my backyard, and it's halfway to Creeptober.
It is halfway to Creeptober, so
Just over actually now.
just over halfway to Creeptober.
No,
Yeah, that's pretty good, I guess.
so that's okay.
Yeah, so I think so last year it worked out well where I was so sick and I watched all the Puppet Master movies in one day except for like one. And then we rolled with it. How many Full Moon movies did we talk about in that episode? Like
Lots. I don't know.
Yeah.
Lots. Many.
Many.
Several.
And then, well, I mean, it took me a while to figure it out. I think you knew about it before, but I was like, "Hey, did you realize that this was halfway to Halloween?" And you're like, "Yeah, of course, you idiot." And it's like, "Oh, well, I didn't know that."
So yeah, this is Ghoul School.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
What does that mean, Jarrett?
I don't know. It means that I don't know. We've set a precedent, and when you think about these schlockmeisters, these con men like a Charles Band, you got to think like who's the other man who puts entertainment in his film line and has a similar kind of personality. These guys who model themselves after Stan Lee and Roger Corman, Lloyd Kaufman, RJ,
Who's that?
the man behind Troma Entertainment.
Troma Entertainment.
Yeah. Along with this other guy named Michael Hers, who's like doesn't really have anything to do with anything. He just kind of, I don't know, make sure the money is there. But Lloyd Kaufman is the face, one way or another, of this enterprise that we're going to be talking about for the next rest of our lives.
So it's come to this, eh?
It's
come to a Troma episode.
All Troma all the time.
What did you coin this, Jarrett?
TroMay.
TroMay.
Not to be
Look at
confused with TroMay.
TroMay. Yeah. Lloyd Kaufman. I don't know a whole lot about him. I will say though, he seems like a better person than Charles Band, because it seems like Charles Band is like knows that, or like deep down is just shit, like a shitty person. But Lloyd Kaufman, he's like more upfront about it. He's like, yeah, I'm just here to make money and sell movies. But he like tells you that. He's like, I don't know. That everything I've seen with him, he seems like a little bit better of a person because he's like upfront about it, and he's just like, whatever. He's like, I'll take a picture with you. You got $1.
Let's try not to say anything too actionable in a court of law here.
Well, this is where we say that what we're doing here is characters and not our own actual opinions.
This is satire.
This is satire, correct? Okay. Well, what else you got over there?
Well, RJ, I'm just going to throw it to you first. Before taking upon this venture, what did you know about Troma?
To be honest, not much. Like I knew about Toxic Avenger, and I knew about the general shtick of the Troma Enterprise and what they were all about, and that was mostly because of a friend of the show, James Rolfe, of the Angry Video Game Nerd. I think it was he would talk about like Joe Bob Briggs and Lloyd Kaufman Troma movies and his Monster Madnesses at Halloween. And then he had Lloyd Kaufman on an episode. That was like later days though, where they were talking about Toxic Avenger, like video games and stuff like that. But I would say probably that was my first exposure to him, because I think James Rolfe talked about Toxic Avenger and then like early on in Monster Madness, like one of the first couple of years. And then eventually he would do like a lot of the later day Troma stuff. But that was honestly about the extent of it. And then, I don't know, some of the movies we watch, every now and then you'll see a Toxic Avenger poster up on some kind of like dorm wall or like a Nukem High poster or a T-shirt or something like that. But I had only ever before this month, Jarrett, seen one loosely based Troma movie, which was the instant classic Don Dohler flick, Night Beast, the movie that fucks. But I think it's pretty loosely Troma, right? Like
Yeah,
that was just Don
it's
Dohler.
distributed. It's distributed. Yeah, they bought the rights, and like a lot of the movies we'll be talking about outside of like the actual
Tromaville.
Lloydman Kaufman.
Lloydman Kaufman, hey?
Yeah,
Hmm.
yeah, they are. Those are in house, and then there's a whole lot of stuff that they're the pickups. And
I think I covered more of those than the Tromaville proper.
yeah, I took the bullet on that one. I
Oh.
watched pretty well all the I watched actually all the essential Kaufman films, save the latest Return to the Return of Class of Nukem High Part 2, which is still out there being screened at conventions and stuff.
You couldn't get a copy of it?
No, not
Like
out there.
you didn't call Lloyd and
No, I didn't. I don't want to cross that line, you know.
you don't want to bug him and be like, "Hey Lloyd, we're doing this thing. Can you help us out?"
Nah,
Okay, that's fine. I was
we're good on
Just
that front.
just curious,
Yeah.
dude.
As far as my background with Troma, same, pretty well the same. Like, I've never
From James Rolfe?
not really. I mean, that's like where he seemed
Oh.
to come back into prevalence. Like, I always had seen Troma as like kind of this like background filler to like horror conventions and stuff like that around. Like, no one ever talked about these movies in like particularly high regard. The types of movies that I was watching were not Troma movies. I didn't watch Toxic Avenger for the first time until like 2012. And then I remember as a kid, like there was the Toxic Crusaders cartoon. And I remember it being like, oh, but there's like this movie. And like I was like, oh, that's weird. How do you reconcile that? Maybe I should watch it someday. But then people are like, oh man, they're way more violent. They're really fucked up. And I was just like, okay. And I just never went out of my way to watch it because I'm like, how good could this movie possibly be? And we'll talk about that. But yeah, no, I mean, it was just something that like I knew of the property. I knew actually the big thing for me was Cannibal the Musical. Because being a fan of the South Park, I remember it was like, whoa, did you know before they did South Park that they did this Cannibal the Musical? And it's distributed by Lloyd Kaufman. And it's like, what does that mean? It's Troma. And I'm like, what does that mean? Like these are things I just like had no idea. Didn't really have context for. And anyway, that's kind of like the early relationship. And then when James Gunn started to grow in prominence with Slither and Super and stuff like that, it was always like, yeah, you got to start on Tromeo and Juliet. And I was like, what's that? And like, it's like a Troma movie. But again, these were things I just wasn't particularly like interested in at the time.
I find that a little surprising because this seems like what teenage Jarrett would have been all about.
No, teenage Jarrett really wasn't watching that many movies until high
Just
school.
porn?
And then by that point, I started watching those Criterions. RJ.
Oh, you nerd.
Those things that you would find on Roger Ebert's great movies lists. And
Well,
like,
some people say Troma is the Criterion collection of the regular man, the average Joe.
some say,
Some would say Lloyd Kaufman would probably say that.
possibly.
Yeah. Well, that's
fun fact for our Criterion collection listener types. Apparently, Ernst Lubitsch's "To Be or Not to Be" was the movie that made Lloyd Kaufman want to make movies.
Oh, do you think Lloyd Kaufman had a feel with that Lubitsch touch? And he was like,
He
"Ooh,
might have.
baby."
Yeah, and then he wanted to bring the Kaufman touch to his cinema.
Jarrett, what would you describe as the Kaufman touch? Or are we getting ahead of ourselves?
We're getting
here?
ahead of ourselves. Well, I think
Okay.
I think it'll become prevalent as we get into this.
I see.
But I think without any further ado, let's start at the beginning, RJ.
Okay.
Let's go all the way back to Lloyd Kaufman, this young man. He's like, so I was reading his book. I got it out last year or so. All I need to know about filmmaking I learned from The Toxic Avenger. He wrote this with some assistance from James Gunn, and it kind of lays out his like history. And I also watched a week or so ago, Greetings from Tromaville, this documentary that is on Amazon Prime that kind of touches on the history of Troma. And it's kind of amazing how rehearsed and polished the Lloyd Kaufman story is, that it's kind of like, this never comes off as genuine. Because there's this tale of him going to Yale University and having like it's not clear if he actually finished his degree or what, but he apparently has one in like Chinese studies. Which to me feels more like it's a joke, right? Like it feels like a punchline that he took this thing of all things. But it's like, if he did finish it, I'm not sure. I was trying to look on like Yale University's alumni page, couldn't really locate anything. But on Wikipedia it says it's true. Why would he lie?
That's like the most Troma thing I've ever heard.
Right? Isn't it? So
yeah.
So it seems like it doesn't get like investigated too closely, because who cares?
Yeah.
So anyway, I guess like he took a year off from school, or he took some time off from school. He traveled to Chad, and he talks about going to that country and talking about pendulous breasts and filming video of like a pig being slaughtered, bringing that video back home, and discovering his real knack for annoying the shit out of people and like getting reactions out of people. And that kind of set him on his course. And then, like, yeah, he had no real interest in movies. He had roommates that were into movies, and he got turned on to cinema. He's like, yeah, I could do this. I could make movies. And then he did, RJ, in 1969, with a film called The Girl Who Returned, who Lloyd Kaufman basically says this movie's horrible. And he's not totally wrong. It is the epitome of a, like, zero budget film about, like, hey, this is a story about girls live in one country, guys live in another country, and then once a year they have a competition, Olympics, Hunger Games style.
Oh.
Yeah, I believe the women are from, I think it's like, or something like Geneva, and all the men are from Mongolia, because again, Lloyd Kaufman. And
of course,
yeah, it's just like lots of footage of like, you know, sorority age girls running around track fields without bras on. That's the gimmick, and it's
and then what do they do?
They just run. They run around, and they run and they run and they run and they run and they run. And there's a voiceover narration. Another part of the Kaufman touch, we'll say, voiceover narration, because apparently you can do that to just communicate information that you maybe didn't get visually, but usually it's completely unnecessary.
Well, I mean, what is necessary in any of these movies, Jarrett?
Money.
Oh, but they didn't have any of that.
Yeah. I believe Lloyd Kaufman described this film. Watching it is akin to having your arm eaten to the bone by a cage filled with starving rats.
That doesn't seem like the worst thing, though.
Well, we'll just
compared to movies.
Yeah. So he made this thing, and then he followed it up with The Battle of Love's Return from 1971.
Is it a sequel?
Nope.
Oh.
Nope. This is a one-off set in the Rotten Apple of New York. This movie actually stars Lloyd Kaufman,
of course,
who plays this neebish young man who just wants to get a date, and he can't. He's a loveless loser, and he's just experiencing, 1970s New York firsthand, where everyone's cruel and mean. Again, this movie is not good. But
what a delicate way to put it.
It's not good. I'm watching these out of finding the building blocks of what would become Kaufman, and there is definitely elements there. It kind of reminds me of Woody Allen's Take the Money and Run, his like first like real feature film. It's like very goofy, sense of humor and stuff like that. But we'll just say Lloyd Kaufman is no Woody Allen.
He might say that he is. I mean, other than the
I don't think he would actually. Yeah. See, there you go. Yeah.
See, I know how to distance myself there a little bit.
Yeah, you figured it out.
Yeah. See, that's what I mean. Lloyd Kaufman seems like a pretty decent guy. I mean, he might make movies about sex pests, but I don't know. Has he ever had any scandals? None that I've heard of.
Not that I've heard of.
Yeah, so he's doing something right. Good for him.
Yeah, we'll just say that.
Good for him.
Fun fact, RJ.
Yes?
Apparently Lloyd Kaufman grew up with Oliver Stone as a close personal friend.
A real close personal friend, or like how we say close personal friend?
As in actual friends that they went to school
Oh.
together. Their parents were friends, and
Well, that's nice, I guess.
yeah, so they had their start with one another. But then Oliver Stone did not wind up making a film for Troma, sadly.
Well, isn't JFK under the Troma like production company?
I believe that is inaccurate.
That's not true.
Not true.
What about Born on the 4th of July? Is that a Troma pick?
Also not true.
But it features Troma elements.
Some.
There's a lot of shit and puke in that movie.
Yeah. You never killed a baby.
You never killed a baby.
Yeah.
That's a story for another day.
Yeah. Battle of Love's Return again. You see it, like you just see little bits and pieces of the Kaufman sense of humor, but it is a muddled movie. Again, made with like next to no resources, but he's starting to stage like big battle scenes in like parks, just like outside of New York, which is reminiscent of Troma's War later on a larger scale. But we'll get there, RJ. We'll get there.
We'll get there. We got a lot to talk about today.
We have many things. We'll get to you soon. I just got a couple more pictures here to mention. So that was the end of his directing for a while. For 8 years. In between, he started just producing movies, and he worked with like John Avildsen, director of Rocky and Joe, and like for Saturday Night Fever, he worked like as a production location manager. He was involved. He got even thanked, RJ, during the Oscars acceptance speech by John Avildsen for Rocky. Lloyd Kaufman
really?
Yes, there's verbal confirmation. I have seen the video. Lloyd Kaufman is thanked on the Oscars in 1975, I guess.
I don't know if I've ever heard Lloyd Kaufman bring that up, though.
Later than that. He has. He brings it up in the book.
So, wait, the book...
Was
the book, is it an autobiography? Is it like Lloyd Kaufman memoirs, or like is it a mix between him and other people talking?
It's just him. Well, he's got like his assistants. It is all shtick. You can imagine what like a Lloyd Kaufman book would resemble. It's like him talking to his editor and having back and forth, making ridiculous jokes, absurd, stupid jokes. And there's like, it is. It's a fun book, RJ. It's a trifle.
Fun?
And it jumps between kind of like autobiographical stuff about the history of himself and the company, and then it goes into like production stuff, like, hey, how do you do this sort of effect? And he lays out some technical stuff every other chapter.
It's neat, I guess.
Yeah, it's fine. It was worth $4 used on ABE Books or wherever I got it.
Was there any insight to some of the technical things that you pulled from that, or?
Yeah, there is. I mean, I didn't really read those parts. I was more interested at the time of like the history production stuff. But I mean, there's some, I guess, hey, how do you do this sort of effect? Like throwing a baseball at a guy's ass and laying out.
How do you do that?
Reverse.
You just do it?
Well, that becomes a staple of Troma. It's like, hey, we know how to do this one trick, and we're going to keep doing it over and over again. And like,
what do you mean reverse? Like they put the baseball on a guy's ass, and he just
and they pull it away on a string, and then they pull it away on a string, and then when you flip it around, then it looks like the ball's going onto his ass. Classic Kaufman.
Mm-hmm.
So while in the production game, one of the films I did watch was this one called Sugar Cookies. It's from 1973. This is currently being distributed on Blu-ray by Vinegar Syndrome.
Sounds sexy.
Yeah, it's kind of a sleazy, sexy Vertigo type deal.
Ooh.
Not in the way that Under Silver Lake is like Rear Window.
Oh, one of those?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But, I mean, Sugar Cookies, Lloyd Kaufman actually has a pretty good sense of awareness, I think, more than he lets on from his shticky character, the Barkster con man.
Well, he's playing a character too, right?
He is, just like we are.
Yeah, just like us.
He wrote about Sugar Cookies, the ultimate 70s film in the Troma catalog, awash with bell-bottoms, pop art, and Vaseline lenses. There's a contrived artiness to the film, a slow-moving quality that destroys any wit that was in the original script. He even has some unkind words for, what's her name? Mary Warrenov, who I'm a big fan of.
What does she do?
She's, what does she do in this film?
What does she do to piss him off?
Well, he describes her as like having like all the presence of like a plank of wood, when she's supposed to be like very erotically charged and
that's sad.
Yeah, kind of a, what do you call? She's a scorned lover. Her lover, played by Lynn Lowry, she's murdered by this other like pornographer producer guy.
Mm-hmm.
And so she sets about getting revenge, and she happens to find a woman that looks exactly like Lynn Lowry, played by Lynn Lowry, to get her revenge. And there's a whole seduction game. It's all very cold and calculated, and it's not horrible, but
Okay.
it's a '70s picture. I've seen so many of these types of movies, but yeah, it definitely could have been better, could have been more. And this is just one that he produced. What's his name? Theodore Gershoni.
It's not a real name.
He directed this because he also worked on a film, Silent Night, Bloody Night, from 1972 that Kaufman also produced. Which, let's see here, The Mansion, The Madness, The Maniac, No Escape. A man inherits a mansion which once was a mental home. He visits the place and begins to investigate some crimes that happened in old times, scaring the people living in the region.
What do they mean by old times?
Old times.
What era?
I don't know. It's been a
Just
long
old
time.
times?
It's been many years since I've seen that movie, and I did not rewatch it this month.
That's fine.
But anyway, yeah, he made the sugar cookies. But yeah, I think it was like part of the struggle of like trying to get a movie made, which is always understated by I think people who maybe write and talk about movies, how difficult it is to make movies.
Mm-hmm.
Next up for me that I watched was one of their more nefarious distributed movies, Blood-Sucking Freaks.
So it's just distributed? It has no other
right.
It wasn't okay.
Yeah, this was this was a pickup.
Yeah.
And this was Joel Reed's movie, Blood-Sucking Freaks, that is more just famous for being just like a weird, nasty movie.
Mm-hmm.
What's one of the other like kind of early 2010s online reviewer types? There was what was his name?
Like us?
Like us, no, but like 10 years before, they were making videos, putting them on YouTube. Like the guy with the glasses.
I don't know.
There's the spin-off guy, Cinema Snob. That's it.
Oh, okay.
So he's like very much like a James Rolfe, and those guys all really love Troma. Because arguably Troma sets the bar low enough for these types of like films, and so it makes excuses for like making shortcuts, making cheap movies, and Lloyd Kaufman really encourages that stuff. He's an incredibly encouraging person, very supportive, because it doesn't really take any effort to like say, yeah, you should definitely do that. Doesn't matter if it's good or not. It's just like, you should definitely do that, because 1 in 100 might actually work out well.
Well, he inspires hope, Jarrett.
Hope.
And I mean, look what happened. They got James Gunn. He's like the golden child poster boy of Troma now. So I think it worked. Lloyd Kaufman was like, yeah, I'll give anyone any shot ever. And then now they're just, I think every promotional thing he's done in the last like 10 years has been like, hey, ever heard of James Gunn?
Well, even before that, it was Trey Parker and Matt Stone with Cannibal, the musical, around that same time. Because like
he struck lightning twice.
Yeah, because there's those times like in the making of some of those 90s movies, it's like, hey, James Gunn was on set. And but then of course it's like, hey, Ron Jeremy's on set. Everyone, let's just stop what we're doing to give him a round of applause every time. It's pretty amazing. Like it's everyone's got to shake.
For Ron Jeremy?
Yes. Oh man.
Did they give the same treatment to Lemmy from Motorhead?
Oh yeah.
Because he deserves the applause.
But they pissed off Lemmy though. We'll get there. There. Yeah.
Okay. This is news to me.
Oh, you see, because you didn't watch the best parts of Troma, but those making ofs.
I think I did exactly what I needed to do.
Maybe.
And nothing more.
So Blood-Sucking Freaks. This movie. So this is like our first actual ghouly movie. Yeah. The tagline for this film: join the fun, human dartboards, home-style brain surgery, dental hijinks. Sardu runs the theater of the macabre. Sardu is into S&M. Sardu likes to kill people in public and make them think it's fake.
What was the name of so I'm having deja vu here. What was the name of the vampire and subspecies in the full moon things? Wasn't his name like Sardu also?
I can't recall.
I'll look it up. You keep talking.
So Blood-Sucking Freaks. Sardu's got a little pal, a little man named Ralphus, and they get up to no good. Lots of enslavement, keeping women in cages, turning them into cannibal fiends that they feed unwanted people to. And it's just like, it's kind of funny. Like, it's never terribly serious, but I could imagine in 1976 people going into theaters to watch this and being like, Jesus. I believe this movie did probably come with a William Castle style vomit bag.
Classic.
Yeah.
Vintage.
Yeah.
So, Subspecies, the Charles Band special, had a vampire named Radu.
Ah, see?
See, it's close to Stardew.
No, completely different.
You just swap the S and the R, and then or the A and the R, you put an S in front, and you change the movie, the location, the look of the person, and it's almost the same.
Yeah.
You see what I'm doing? I'm doing some Charles Band level stuff over here.
I see that.
So tell me more about Blood-Sucking Freaks. Or is that it?
You wouldn't like this movie. I don't think it's a very good movie at all. Just like, even compared to like a lot of the 70s stuff that I have seen in the horror vein, this is like subpar. Not very interesting. Beyond the joy that Ralphus takes in torturing people. He's just a happy little man wearing very 1970s clothes, like a little kid. And they get their just desserts at the end, but I don't know. It's completely inessential. When I first started watching these, though, I hadn't really started grading them on the Troma scale, so maybe it's undergraded. But as far as like, I think right now I got this bad boy at 2 stars out of 5.
Yeah,
and I would be like, that's about my chances of rewatching it, more or less. It's like, it wouldn't be on that list.
Yeah, I had a sliding scale as well for ranking these movies, because I ranked them and then I watched more and I was like, oh. I was like, so that wasn't a 2-star movie. That was a 5-star movie, apparently.
Yeah. See, it's all about perspective.
Perspective.
That's right. So, RJ,
yes.
1979, Lloyd Kaufman, he returns to the directing game. And here you enter, because this is a movie that you and I watched together.
What do you mean together? We don't see each other in real life.
Yeah, well, we did this time. We watched Squeeze Play.
We sure did.
This is when Lloyd Kaufman was like, hey, you know what sells? Sex. You know what's selling right now? Comedy. What if we just did a sex comedy? And then also, the one thing he likes to do, I've noticed in his book, is try to grab for the sky of like some sort of like, I don't know, kind of like socially aware kind of idea, like women's lib, in quotes, and be like, yeah, let's bring women's lib into our movie, our sex comedy, and have some fun with it. And then you get Squeeze Play. Yeah, so do you want me to take over here? Yeah, go for it.
All right, Jarrett. It's pretty early, but this is going to be a long day for us. So, Squeeze Play is a film about a male softball team. The boys like to have fun. They like to crack some cold ones, for the boys, Jarrett. They go out, they play, they leave their bags of wives at home, their girlfriends. They're like, listen, baby, I got to go play some softball. This is very important. We're playing our rival team. There's a huge fat guy on that team, and he is a real piece of shit. We got to go. But then one of the girls is like, hey, I like softball too. And they're like, pfft. That's all they do. They go, pfft. They're like, women can't play softball. It's a real league of their own type situation. So she tries out. They give her a hard time. And then she's like, you know what? Fuck you guys. I'll make my own team. My own team of cutthroat women, and we're going to play our own softball. So they make their team. They get guided by an old drunk man who I'm not sure if he's ever like really introduced or not, or if he's just kind of there. You do that. The male team gets a little bit hostile towards the female team. They're up in wet t-shirt contests where all the other men are oogling them. And then so the male baseball team is like, hey, those are our girlfriends. Other guys can't look at them. So they get a little bit mad. They get a little hot under the collar. And then it all comes to a head when the male team and the female team play each other, Jarrett. It's a World Series of laughs, is the tagline. So that's a Squeeze Play. Do you know what a Squeeze Play is, Jarrett?
No, tell me.
So a Squeeze Play is a scenario where you have like a runner in between second and third. And then you have like the third baseman and the shortstop are throwing the ball back and forth, and he's running in between them, and they're trying to take him out. Well, squeeze play.
Wow.
It's baseball.
Is there any like thematics in connecting that to this movie, to any of like the drama, or is it just reference
there
to, like,
are some
squeezing
asses
a
that
tit?
get squeezed, isn't there?
Yeah, tits and asses getting squeezed, getting groped at.
Yeah.
Some like attempted rapery by the big man in that car, and his head gets stuck in the window. Remember that?
Yeah, there's that. Well, this squeeze play is also kind of like, it's like when someone bunts and it brings the third baser off. So it's kind of like a sacrifice thing, because the bunter always, like, usually would get thrown out. So do you think there's a deeper meaning to that in this movie? Like, do you think the men are sacrificing themselves so that the women can get on third?
No.
You don't think that that's an issue here?
No. And then the movie ends with the men winning.
That's true.
Because it's unexpected.
That is true.
Yeah.
Well, you would think that but it's not a league. Well, don't they lose in a league of their own too?
I have no idea.
They don't win, right?
I don't know. I've never seen that movie, RJ.
What, really?
Yeah.
That's a good movie. It's got your girl Rosie O'Donnell in it.
Mm-hmm.
Not riding the bus with my sister Rosie O'Donnell, but she's there. So that's squeeze play.
Yup.
I think squeeze play it's fine.
Yeah.
There was a few things that I was like, yeah, I mean, for 1979, I'm sure this probably got lots of roars in the drive-in.
Oh yeah, this movie turned around fortunes for Lloyd Kaufman. If this movie hadn't been a hit, he would have he'd have nothing.
Yeah.
Because I guess the way this story went, I believe, was no one wanted the movie at the beginning. It was just like crap, and it's like, no one wants this. This is just like no Kaufman, get out of here, and then it played one theater. He got distribution out there, because this is back in the old days before we got DVDs. You know, we didn't even have that we didn't even have VHS yet. But it became like a huge hit, and people were rolling in the aisles. But then and it worked out.
So I get that. There is a lot of pretty aggressive mishandling of women in this. But that fat guy is pretty funny. Yeah. When he's not raping people.
Apparently, one of the girls during that wet T-shirt contest, she did not want to do it, and of course they found that out the day they were filming, so they had to like get some people in that didn't match at all. And they couldn't do it topless. They couldn't do anything topless. It's just one of those things about like he's got all these rules now that start coming into play about like how women get cold feet sometimes when it comes to doing these nude scenes. So they do them first when they're filming a movie, because
on the first day.
Yeah.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, because if it's too late, because if they don't want to do it on the first day, then you can at least like fire them and get actresses that will do it. Even because like usually these women say, yeah, I'll do it, but then they're on set amongst like the actual crew, and they're like, I don't feel comfortable anymore. And then Kaufman's like, Jesus Christ, I have to get you abroad.
So, I mean, however that sounds, it does actually kind of,
it makes sense.
It makes practical sense. Yeah. Because it's like, well, we can't reshoot the whole movie. So it's like, it's better to do it up front, see if they're cool with it or not. And he's like, and if they're not cool with it, then fine. At least we know before we filmed anything else.
Yeah. Well, yeah, there's like that. I mean, it goes to like when he's talking about like with the Toxic Avenger stuff. Like they had the guy who played the Toxic Avenger in the first movie. He was playing it in the second movie, but then he was just like, he wouldn't show up. Like he just wouldn't come some days.
Being a Bruce Willis. Just wouldn't leave the trailer for days.
No, he wouldn't even. There's no trailers in Tromaville.
Right.
But no, this is like, the actor doesn't show up, so he's like, well, fuck it, we have to shoot. So they just got a guy who's big. And then they kept using him for like another movie. So movie magic, RJ.
The movie. That's what all the normies don't see. Those behind the scenes action. Right. So yeah, squeeze play is like fine, I think. Like it's not. It's got parts of it that are okay, but then there's also some pretty dated stuff where you're like, oof.
Well, that's the thing. It's like as we've talked about on the podcast proper. Comedy doesn't necessarily age great, and the whatever you want to call it, the sex comedy, teen comedies, all from this era. Yeah, you had to have been there. You have to have grown up with this stuff. It's like, for you and I, RJ, Dumb and Dumber, all-time banger. Though I imagine that people one day will come to that movie and be like, ugh, Really? This isn't funny at all, but
Those people are wrong though.
that's true. And I'm
Yeah.
sure somewhere out there there's like some like squeeze play aficionados that are like really into it. The whole
Yeah.
Kaufman sex comedy cycle, which we'll get into. Before
Yeah.
continuing on to that though, you and I also watched 1980s Troma Distributed, directed by brother of Lloyd Kaufman, Charles Kaufman.
Did you watch
Day.
Mother's Day? Did you watch any other Charlie Kaufman movies?
I did not because I
Okay.
watched Mother's Day.
So we watched this on Mother's Day. Look at how well that
I know.
lined up. So I'm on the letterbox right now, and the tagline is "If you go down to the woods today."
Mhm.
That's it. That's all it says. If you go down to the woods today. I think they could have added a little more. So I know you have a pretty interesting history with Mother's Day. I don't know if you want to talk about it.
My interesting history of Mother's Day is I watched this movie several years ago, just as a random watch, and I lasted. Oh, you know what? I actually did watch this whole movie. I thought I might have turned it off before the end of it, but no, I did because I was watching and I'm like, oh yeah, it's all coming back to me. These scenes. This movie sucks. I just
Tell
don't.
me what you really feel.
I don't like this movie at all. It's
Gross?
boring. It's boring.
Yeah.
I don't like how any of it's handled. The characters suck. There's these like unnecessary flashbacks to baseball diamonds.
Well, they had to get in that squeeze play reference, Jarrett.
apparently.
Mhm.
But anyway, yeah, I the first time watching this movie, yeah, I did not like it at all. I thought it was terrible. And I mean, I kind of have like a history of liking these like kind of grossy rape revenge like 70s movies, like I Spit on Your Grave or Last House on the Left. And this, I just like, I don't know,
Deliverance.
the filmmaking of this isn't good at all. Like Deliverance is classy. Deliverance is a classy picture.
That's the classic rape
Yeah,
revenge
well,
pick.
I Spit on Your Grave is like pretty gross, but it, like at the same time, I think there's like some genuine good filmmaking on display, and like Last House on the Left, I think is also like fairly well made. Mother's Day though, oh, I don't know. And some people like this movie, so I don't know. What did you think of this number?
Well, I was gonna say I could see this being like not even like a cult classic thing, but like I imagine this has like a little fan base where they're like, oh yeah, it's so seedy and greasy, and it's just like it really hits you in between the beans. So it's like this old lady, and she's got these two like chud sons, and they're both like vying for her love and attention, and they do this by like capturing people and like raping them and murdering them in front of her, and she's like really into it for
Some reason.
for whatever reason.
Yeah.
The one son kind of looks like that what is it, that Irish actor who has the huge scar along his mouth from Ratcatcher.
Yeah.
He kind of looks like that guy a little bit, just without the huge scars. So yeah, I was watching this, and you know my take on this kind of stuff. Like, I'm not huge, and I don't really like rape revenge movies because they're gross.
Yep.
And I know that's what I mean. Like, I know some people are super into it for whatever reason.
I don't know if
or
they're-
some
I don't know
people
if, like,
maybe it just doesn't
they're
bother
not-
them.
Yeah, they're not. I don't know if anyone's super into these movies. Like,
I bet there's one guy who's super
100%. There's a few guys that are probably
Yeah.
super into those, and I don't want to know those guys.
Yeah.
But
the Jarretts of the world.
Oh, come on.
No, I know. So that's what I think some people it doesn't bother as much. They're like, oh, whatever, it's not real. And it's like, I know it's not real, but still it's gross. It's like I'd rather not just watch like simulated rape for 80 minutes.
Yeah,
Like
that's not a good time. And this movie is not that either.
it's not, but there's like enough of it there. And I feel like they were trying this kind of almost, it reminded me of like Texas Chainsaw a little bit.
Yeah.
Just because of like not nearly as good or effective at all.
No.
It's just like the grime of the house. I feel like they try to make it look like that, but then also it's so very clearly like it's like they went in like the day before with like some spray paint and like I don't know, some guy who was chewing tobacco and was just spitting on the floor while they were spray painting like boobs on the walls and stuff.
So to recap Mother's Day, this movie starts out with like a trauma sort of thing, or like some sort of like gathering of people talking about their problems, like some sort of
it's like a workshop where, because he
Yeah.
says like at the end of it, he's like, you have now all graduated.
Yeah.
Where it's kind I took it as like one of those self-help workshops where it's like, after this you will be certified as like a support grief counselor or something, but like on the thing it says like not a legitimate like grief counselor or something like that.
So,
that's what I took from it.
So Mother's there, and she offers these two hippies a ride. But then, RJ, the hippies are going to rob her because they're dirty, evil hippies. And then you think, oh, it's going to be that type of movie where it's like Mother's Day is like ironic because she's going to get killed. But then it turns out Mother is a psychopath with two chud sons who are like monsters who just attack the car in the middle of the woods, and they just kill these people outright, decapitating them, murdering them dead. Then we jump to a couple of girls. You know, they're going to have themselves a hangover time out in the woods, wearing like fucking negligees and like the clothing that makes absolutely no fucking sense. It's so stupid. It's like it was just frustrating me so much because I'm like, this is all the problems with this movie. It's just clueless. Like, it's like, do these people even know? Like, I'm sure like everyone was like, oh, we're having fun because this doesn't make any sense. He's like, yeah, you're right. It doesn't make any sense. Why are they not wearing like actual clothes that you would wear going to the woods? And they go out there. And what happens is they basically fall into the hands of the rape brothers who grab the girls. And like, they actually do it. Like, it's one of the better kind of moments where they just like, oh, you're in sleeping bags. That's just like a giant sack. And it's like, that's terrifying. It recalls one of the better moments from the Friday the 13th franchise of Jason just taking up a sleeping bag and just swinging it against trees.
That, and it actually reminded me of that VHS segment, the Alien Slumber Party, where the aliens come in and just like scoop up everyone in the blankets and in their sleeping bags and take them out. Yep. It's effective. Yep. Because it's scary.
It's very practical because you're like, yeah, when you're like crawling into your sleeping bag, you are consenting to something just like grabbing you that can act. You don't think, oh, there's nothing big enough to carry me away. It's like, other than giant mutant suns. And so you get you get this like kind of element of the movie that's like more realistic as far as like, oh, these guys are just like kidnapping these women and they're going to keep them in the house so they can like do whatever they want to them, practicing kill methods and sexual humiliation. It's a real fun time. It's got that skeevy vibe of like, this is what like it would be. This is like the terrifying scenario it would be for like a woman who's kidnapped by dudes that live out in the middle of nowhere. Yeah. And so you get like a whole bunch of sequences of them just like doing horrible things to these women. And then one of them actually dies. You get like the really disturbing scene of one like in a drawer in like the bedroom.
See, that was the thing that reminded me of Texas Chainsaw a little bit. I was like, that would fit in that world.
Yeah. Or also reminds me of that one episode of X-Files.
Oh, Home?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's basically what this is.
Yeah, it is kind of.
And
it's just the mom has legs in this.
Yeah, that's right.
That's like the only difference, really.
And arms.
Yep. And just wheel her under the bed.
Yeah, that's still more messed up than this whole movie, because that episode's only like 50 minutes, and this thing is, you feel every minute of that hour and a half. And then the two women who survive, they come back, and then they just kill the family. That's it. It's like real. Oh, there's a twist though, isn't there? Like, isn't there like potential werewolfy supernatural sort of thing at the very end?
There's like, there's something like that, and I remember like it's a while now, but I watched it and I was like, what did that mean?
Yeah,
like, there's something weird. I was like, wait a minute. I was like, what were they insinuating here?
There's a suggestion that it's like, oh, now there's a werewolf that they're because they think they've survived it, and it's like, oh no, something's bad's coming out of the woods. And it's like
something's coming.
And you're like, okay. It's like, it's so bad.
Well, they have a lot of like bait and switches there, where it's like she thinks that she's saved by the cop, but it's one of the rape brothers in a cop car, and then which you know immediately. But then it left me thinking, I was like,
where did they get that cop car in like cop outfit? I guess at some point they would have killed a cop, but but he had enough time to like think about this and like go change and get the car out from the garage. It's like, oh, he did all that, huh? Yeah.
Well, so there's like that, and you're like, well, that's kind of weird. One thing I did like though is like when one of the ladies was running away and she was getting chased by that rape brother, and she throws a rock like in the bushes, and he's like, and he jumps at it, but it's a hill, and it just shows him do a full bomb over the hill. I thought that was pretty funny.
Yeah.
There's like things in this movie I think are okay. It's just the general vibe of it I found off-putting, but
I just
that's
found
just me.
yeah, I found the movie just like it's so boring. Like I just my eyes were on my iPod looking at other
Yeah.
things, going on
Yeah.
websites, and all the movie just kept playing. It's just like, oh, it won't end.
Yeah, I didn't think it like I didn't like it. I don't think it was that bad, but yeah, just kind of off-putting, and it's not even just the rape stuff. Like we'll be talking about that quite a bit today, but some movies I think it's more like not even forgivable, but it's like more tolerable. So I don't know.
Yeah,
Mother's Day, hey?
Mother's Day, and speaking of another day, 1981 brought us Graduation Day, which
Yes, it did.
I did not watch this month, but I did watch not that long ago when I was on a slasher kick, and this movie I recall being pretty good.
Yeah, Graduation Day is not bad actually. The tagline for this is "Some kids are dying to graduate." So this movie has an actual like, it's got a pretty awesome cold open where it's like a track meet, and there's this girl and she's just fucking booking it on this track, and she crosses the finish line, and then it starts to like go freeze framing, and the music's like dur dur dur, and it's like her collapsing, and she just dies from like a heart attack, and then it jumps a full year like ahead, and you're just like, whoa, what is that about?
And then it's like a girl running through the of the woods, right?
Yeah. There's like stuff like that. So the premise for this movie is there's this girl, and she's running the track meet, and all the girls on like the track and field team, they're kind of put under a lot of like super stress from this like maniac coach. He's like your classic in your face kind of scream at you coach, like do it again, like that kind of stuff. So you get the vibe that like he put so much pressure on them that this girl's like heart literally just collapsed because she was maybe overworked. So you jump a little bit ahead, and then what happens is someone in a tracksuit with like a fencing mask and a fencing sword starts going around and starts killing all the other girls, like her friends that were on the track team as well. And you have a couple actually pretty decent kills in this. Like there's a few that like when they happen, I was like, oh, that's nice. Like it's nothing that you've never seen before, but I was like, they do it well here. So someone's going around killing them, and then you have a bunch of red herrings where it's like, is it the track coach?
Mm-hmm.
Is it the sister of the girl who died? Is it like the super gross principal guy who's like me all the time? Was it the boyfriend? Like, was it this person? Was it that person? So you have a couple fake outs where it's very clearly like it was that person until it wasn't, if that makes sense. It's like, oh, it was definitely like this guy until this scene where you're like, oh, it's not you. Okay. And then, so I don't like, it's not even like that bad where, the killer makes sense. It's like not out of nowhere where you're just like, oh, they just decided to do that as a twist. It's just, there's a lot of red herrings. And then, this movie actually has a pretty Jarrett ending where the actual killer like exhumes the body of the girl who died and like puts her in like a prom dress and just has her like in the attic waiting like to have prom because she never got to have it and stuff like that. And it really reminded me of you. I was like, oh, what a Jarrett thing to have in here.
A Jarrett move.
What a Jarrett move. But no, yeah, actually Graduation Day is not bad. It's decent enough. Like, it wouldn't be a bad like Creeptober pick for someone if you just needed like, I don't know, like a high school slasher. It fits in there. This is directed by some guy named Herb Fried. Yeah. And it looks like he has other movies.
Yeah, other movies. Yeah, the other thing too, so this is on YouTube, readily available, and Vinegar Syndrome also distributes this on Blu-ray.
Yeah, we should mention actually, I almost exclusively watched every one of my movies on YouTube, like uncensored, unedited. I think there was 4 that I watched that you just gave to me. So, like almost all of these are for free on YouTube.
Which is again an interesting thing about Kaufman, who I mean, you could be like, so one of the anecdotes that I forgot to mention at the beginning was, so he went to the Calgary Comic Convention like 10 years ago or something like that, like in the early days. And I remember the story of him, like if you go to his table, he's like it's like, hey, what are you going to buy? Like he's like really like, yeah, I'll chat with you. What are you going to buy something? Like my time's valuable. You're not
Yeah.
buying anything. You're taking up my time, which is like, oh, geez, this guy just wants to sell crap to people and just take their money. But they have this. There's this interesting principle that they have when it comes to their movies. Is they just put everything on, like practically everything on YouTube, and just being like, well, people can watch it, and if they like it, they'll buy it. That's like the best exposure we can give to our movies, is just making it available, because
Yep.
why not? Like and then maybe they'll buy some other stuff too. That's, I mean, that's smart to me. Like it's kind of more my attitude about like with my own, anything I do is like make it available for free, and if people want it, they'll give you money for it, rather than trick people into paying for crap. I'm not saying that Kaufman's not above doing that. I'm sure too. I'm sure they'll be like, oh, you like this movie? You should check out this. And it's complete, absolute crap. But
well, so that's what I mean. It seems like Lloyd Kaufman's at least upfront about it, because I have a friend who met him at Calgary also, and he said he was really nice. Like it's a similar story where Lloyd was like, he's like, I'll sign anything that you buy from the stand. So it's like, if you buy something, I'll sign.
That's complete. That to me is totally fair.
Yeah, and so like he bought Toxic Avenger 1 and 2, and I think they were both like $10 or something like that. And then Lloyd Kaufman signed them both, and he said that like the booth it's set up for fans where it's all the Troma shit, and then they it sounds like Lloyd Kaufman always brings a Toxic Avenger with him, like some guy.
Yeah.
So you get your stuff signed, and then you can get a picture with Lloyd and Toxie in front of the Troma booth. So that's what I mean. Like Uncle Lloyd, he seems like a pretty decent guy. Like he's a salesman. He wants money,
of course,
but he seems like a little bit more honest about it than others that we've encountered. So Unky Lloyd.
Yeah, I'm curious, because there's like a Troma like there's like a streaming channel that apparently exists for Troma, but I haven't really seen
opposed to the YouTube.
Yeah,
because the YouTube has almost all of it.
I don't know if it's on everything though officially, because there's some things that Troma YouTube account doesn't actually put up. There's like the knockoff people who just put up films on there because they ripped the one that they put on, and they make things private when they want to. They don't always have their stuff constantly available, but yeah, there's apparently a streaming channel now as well, which I'm always more like, is that some full moon business?
Yeah, I think we talked about that on the full moon, but that full moon streaming service sounds like bad news.
Yep, everything on that front is
bad news.
Bad news to me.
Yeah.
So the other thing I'll get out of the way too, if we're talking about DVDs and Blu-rays. So the most laughable thing about goddamn Kaufman intros on DVDs and Blu-rays is talking about how they're like remastered, digitally restored, remastered. What a load of shit.
I thought it was that's some of that self-werewolf stuff, where I thought it was a joke because he says it so much. He's like completely remastered for the first time ever, and then it's like potato quality, and I was like, oh, is that just Uncle Lloyd like having a laugh?
Man, but
or are they serious?
Okay, so they definitely look better on the DVDs and Blu-rays than they do on YouTube. Like I've seen like the differences, and it's like so like even like watching a movie on YouTube that is just like a VHS rip that they just uploaded, they look terrible, and they actually do detract from the my ability to enjoy them. Like if I get an opportunity to watch like something in 2K at least, like it's like, wow, like it really can change like the way that something looks. Like watching Sugar Cookies, the movie looks great on Blu-ray, but watching some of these like movies that you're like, man, this really could use some love and attention. Like you'd think Toxic Avenger would be like a top priority for them to like get properly restored.
It should be,
but I mean,
there's like 5 movies, 5 total out of all of these that I think they should vamp up because it's worth it.
Well, they don't license out their like the Tromaville stuff. Like that stuff is like that's the stuff that they sell, and so they don't like want to have like Vinegar Syndrome involved with those ones. But any of the ones that they distribute though, like a Graduation Day, I'm sure Mother's Day would probably fall under that eventually. But they keep a tight hold on those Tromavilles, which is unfortunate because I feel like those would be like the ones that you'd want to like.
Those would be the big sellers, right?
The Toxie, at least Toxie 1. And onward and forward.
What are you gonna do?
Stuck on You, RJ.
Stuck on You. All right, Jared.
1982, Stuck on You. This is the actually, sorry, I missed one. Before Stuck on You, Waitress from 1981. So
what are you doing, man?
Yeah, I'm looking at your list of movies. I got to go back on mine. So Waitress is lousy. It is a madcap whirlwind sort of thing about a bunch of people working at a restaurant. And it's just like every idea, every joke that you could think of that's like a Lloyd Kaufman joke in a restaurant is there. There's a background story of like one of the service people that works there. She wants to be an actress, and so she's like trying to get a job doing like being an actor, like on some like Shakespeare production, and it's like her harassing a producer and doing all these zany things and getting inside his head while everything at the restaurant's falling apart and people are spitting in like fucking pots of food and borscht or something like that. It's so
borscht.
Yeah. It's like the best borscht around, and it's like a point where like everybody in the kitchen like they're just spitting into this thing, and then it gets eaten by somebody. Hate that. Oh, it's just like
I hate that shit so much.
Because like, you've hang-ups on those things. To me, it's just kind of like ugh. And then there's like chickens, live chickens. RJ, one of your favorites.
I'll get to that.
Yeah, but nothing too untoward happens to the chicken and Waitress, except for like it winds up in the pot, which is just like whatever. Yeah. It's I found Waitress to be quite a trial, like very lazy, extremely lazy, even by sex comedy standards. But so definitely, I'd say the worst of the for me of the sex comedies. But Stuck on You, RJ. I noted that you had some strong objections to this film.
Okay, well, here it is. Here's what it is, Jarrett. Here's the thing. Okay, Jarrett, okay? Here's the thing about Stuck on You. So this movie is one of those sex comedies, and it is a couple that basically, they're like, we want to break up, and they go to court. Like, are they actually married? I don't know.
Yes.
It didn't seem... Okay,
they're married, yeah.
They go to a divorce judge, and it's like basically pleading their case of why they need to get divorced. And then what you have is you have a mashup of two things. You go back in time and it tells the story of how they met and how they fell in love and how they got here. And then you have the judge going back all the way in time and going throughout history and talking about all the great love stories from cavemen to Viking barbarians to
Genghis Khan.
For
a long time. The Genghis Khan sequence is just eternal.
They're all long. Like, so the caveman, you have like sexy caveman babes, and then you have like gay caveman hairdressers, and it's like them using it's like caveman hairspray, and it's exactly what you would think would happen if you're like, pitch me the worst comedy of all time in 5 minutes, and it's like, here you go. And like even that stuff, like I don't think that stuff is that bad, but it has it all, right? It's got all the racism stuff, it's got all the gay jokes, it's got a lot of talk of midgets and like their sex lives, and then there's just like lazy sex jokes too, which I was like, whatever. My problem here is that so this movie I think was produced by the big chicken industry. So this is a chicken sex comedy. So there's all this.
That's where Dude works.
That's where Dude works, is at a chicken thing.
Oh, and one thing you gotta mention too is like, so this movie like has two frameworks. One is It's a Wonderful Life, combined with like Bill and Ted's like Bogus Adventure, whatever. Like it's it's got these two elements while also like a courtroom drama.
Yeah, it's this like mix of things, and so like I don't think this movie, like those things, I don't even think those are that bad. I think it's fine. It's just I had a real issue with the treatment of the chickens in this movie, which and I know you're gonna be like, oh RJ, he's just exaggerating again. So the guy, like, he's trying to increase production, or like trying to increase like the eggs that the chickens lay, like the number and quality and stuff like that. So he starts making like chicken pornos. And like, so the chickens are like dressed up in clothes, and then it's like, it's just like a guy holding a chicken, like ramming it into another chicken. And then there's like scenes where it's like chicken legs touching other chickens. And it's like, so either they had the chicken and they were holding it by the leg to touch it like the foot, or they just had like chicken feet and they were like scratching live chickens with dead chicken feet. I thought it was all pretty fucking horrific, to be honest with you. I was watching this and I was like, holy fuck. Because too, like there's scenes where there's like chicks just walking around in apartments and stuff and people are like flopping on couches. It's like, I'm pretty sure one of those chickens was crushed in the making of this movie. They don't say that, but I'm going to jump to conclusions and assumptions on what happened here. I think we should call PETA. To oust this 37-year-old movie for what it really is. So yeah, like the movie itself isn't that bad, but I had a real issue with the chicken play in this one.
Oh my god!
And I know that's my own hang-ups, and I'm fine with that, Jarrett. It's just how I feel, man. It's just how I feel. What did you think of this loser movie?
It's definitely I think it's better than Squeeze Play.
Okay.
But like marginally, like that, the Genghis Khan, whatever it was, Attila the Hun bit, that it sucked. Like it's so long. It just goes on and on and on, and the jokes aren't funny. But like there's like enough kind of like just again, he's just throwing ideas out there. Like when you read like I was in the book, he talks about like his process of like writing this stuff, and it's just like making each other like laugh, and like that's kind of what it is. And it's like his sense of humor is all over this, and it's completely unchecked. There's no one like telling him yes or no, and it's just like let's keep one upping ourselves because like each time he's making these movies, they're making more and more money. So Squeeze Play did great. Waitress did great. Stuck on You, I think it was the plateau of the success of these because like people were just hungry for it. This is the day of Porky's and meatballs and
but Porky's is a premium movie.
Says you.
Did you watch Porky's this month?
Not yet.
Yeah, exactly. So you have no fucking idea.
No fucking idea.
You have no fucking idea, all right?
But yeah, I don't know. How about that poster though? How about that chick's ass?
You would.
Hey, Lloyd Kaufman's got pretty good eyes for the ladies though. He has a premium of like the broads that he puts into his movies.
Really? Can I quote you on that? Can we get a sound bite of that? He's got a premium on the broads that he.
He's not.
He knows what he's doing with those sugar tits.
Yeah, he sure does.
Wow.
Yeah.
Well, just when I think I know someone.
He knows what he likes.
Wow.
No.
You're an animal, Jarrett.
Animal. Before we top off the comedies, we got some more distro jobs. We got The Last Horror Film.
So I think you and me might differ a little bit on this.
Maybe
a little bit. Okay, you talk about it.
The Last Horror Film. I've had this. This is part of the Troma Masterpiece line of DVDs that Troma put out several years ago. This movie's got my boy, Joe Spinell, maniac himself. Basically a guy that he is always going to be the best part of everything, except for in a movie like Star Crash where he's in it, but they've overdubbed him, which is a travesty. So yeah, this movie's tagline, she's dying to be in his film. And this film's plot goes, a New York taxi driver stalks a beautiful actress attending the Cannes Film Festival, which coincides with a series of violent killings of the lady's friends. So this movie, when Joe Spinell's on the screen, it's very interesting, RJ. Very interesting.
Very interesting.
Yeah, because he's just like, he doesn't look like anybody else. He's this,
Joe Spinell's awesome.
Yeah, he has like a face that you would never expect to see ever in a movie, and here he is, and he's got charisma to spare. That's like one of the big things he's got going for him. Gets over his like weird, everything about him is weird looking. He is not, he is an unusual man, pock-faced, very like striking eyes, but like this mustache and nose. He's like what you wish Ron Jeremy was. He's like a
what I wish Ron Jeremy was, or what you wish Ron Jeremy was.
No, the world. He's what the world wanted. Yeah.
Yeah, Joe Spinell's way better looking than fucking Ron Jeremy.
Yeah.
Like way better looking. Yeah. Everything with Joe Spinell in this is awesome. Like he has like this presence to him where he's super like, he's really likable and endearing, and you're rooting for him, even though it's like very clearly you're like, oh, he's the bad guy, but I still want him to win. Like, look how cute he is in his like bow tie and his flowers,
pants up to his belly button.
Oh, I love Joe Spinell. He's so cool in this movie.
Yeah. So in this movie, yeah, he plays a cab driver who wants to make
Mm-hmm.
movies, and he is obsessed with actress played by here Carolyn Monroe, who also is in
Mm-hmm.
Maniac. In this movie, holy fuck, her hair is so bad that like the
What kind of hair is it?
it's like a skunk.
Mm-hmm.
It looks atrocious.
Yeah.
Anyway, so yeah, the movie kind of jumps from New York after he tells his mom, played by Joe Spinell's own mother,
Mm-hmm.
he's gonna get her. He's gonna get her in his movie. It's gonna happen. And
It's gonna happen, Ma.
He's got his little like handheld camera, and he's gonna film this movie with her. And
Mm-hmm.
he stalks her over to Cannes, and we got all this amazing footage of like the 1981 Cannes Film Festival. It looks so cool. Looks like a lot of fun. Lots of vintage pics. You get like a big shot of a poster for Possession.
Yeah, that's cool.
Yeah, creep approved Possession.
Mm-hmm.
Just like neat things like that. So you're like, oh, like they just like literally shot this movie while they were there.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, so soon enough, people start dying. Heads are falling off.
They sure are. I have some stuff to say about that later.
And yeah, it's like it's got some of these giallo-ish kind of twists where it's like, oh, what's going on? Oh, this is happening now. Old castles and people being picked off one by one. Is it all the work of Joe Spinell, or is it something else? But it is. And we get like fake actresses in place of other actresses to mislead him, but it doesn't work out anyway. People being snatched and absconded with, making a vampire movie.
I love that so much. Okay, you keep going.
Anyway, like that's about all I've really got to say. This movie, I don't know. I was hoping for
more.
because there's like bits that just like are draggy with like
Mm-hmm.
ridiculous like meta film commentary, like she's being chased through like the hotel lobby and down the street, and everyone's like, oh, it's a publicity scam for the movie. And this idea that like this woman's like performance in this like shitty horror movie is like going to like nail her this like Cannes Film Award for Best Actress is so absurd. It's like, no, that's never going to happen. It's like there's these big leaps, and like it doesn't even try to like make you convince you that that's the world, because they're filming it in our world at a real event. And this idea that this is like, oh no, it's such a great performance based on the clip that you see. It's like, no, it's not.
So I find it funny because this is like, I think this is a rare time where you and me, our roles are reversed. Where it's like you're kind of hung up on these details, and which I don't really care about. I'm like, whatever. I don't mind that stuff that much. Because it's usually the opposite, Jarrett. Isn't that funny? I like Joe Spinell in this. I think every scene with him is awesome. I think it's really, really funny and cute when he's always talking to his mom. He's like, Ma, I'm going to get her in the film. Trust me. And she's like, I know you will, sweetie. And he's like, yeah. Yeah. And he just like pops up in her window and he's like, hey, excuse me, Miss Colette, I need to talk to you. There's that. I think his nightmares are good. I think his Dracula movie is like so wicked, where he finally like he takes her, and you think something bad's gonna happen, and then you just see him. He's like actually filming his Dracula movie, and he's just like, man, you did such a good job, baby. And she's like, yeah, thanks, I guess. I think this movie also has a really hilarious line where, like, not intentional, where they're talking about the guy where, I guess, like, spoilers, but like the way it ends, I guess they were right, but still, it's like at the time, it just seems ridiculous. Where the lady's like talking about how the guy was just killed, and then the guy's like, well, I mean, are you sure he's dead? He's a real practical jokester. And then like the scene, like she walked in and like his head fell off into the sink. And she's like, well, I guess, I don't know if maybe he was kidding.
See, you're wrong on that entire take there, because I watched that scene. It is not how you described in your review.
It's exactly how I described it.
Absolutely not.
Well, how did it play out for you?
It wasn't left with this like, well, she doesn't second guess herself. She's completely convinced that she saw it. So I watched it because I read your review, and then I watched it and I went, that's not how that happened. Why does RJ do this all the time?
Jarrett, the world is
how can
reality
someone give
is
this
whatever
man a microphone when he spews
reality
forth all
is
these
what
lies?
I make it.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yeah.
Reality is what I make of it, and I'm better than you. Listen to my opinions.
That's all they are.
Yeah. Well, anyways, I think the last horror show is like not bad. I think it's got everything with Joe Spinell is wicked. Everything else is like kind of boring. So
Yep.
whatever. Whatever.
How do we differ that much then?
I don't know. I think I kind of liked it, but you were like, well, I just mean, I don't know. Doesn't matter.
You
Let's
just
move
like
on.
you like Joe Spinell that much more, I guess, or that's
I
enough
guess.
for you.
I don't know. Yeah,
Okay.
I think it's enough for me.
Another 1983 pickup is this movie called Frightmare.
Frightmare.
Frightmare from 1983. Yeah, it is not a very good movie at all. It is really boring. I think the only thing of note really going in it is Jeffrey Combs is in there, like almost unrecognizable.
Is he hamming it up at all?
No, he's just a guy. So this movie here, what's this plot? Drama students decide to pay tribute to their favorite horror star by stealing his body from his crypt for a farewell party. They fail to realize their violation of the tomb has triggered powerful black magic, and Conrad hasn't taken his final bows yet. See,
I like that. That sounds cool.
well, that's terrible.
Yeah, well, I mean, a lot of stuff sounds cool, but is terrible. So.
Yeah. So it's like, yeah, it's so weird. There's this era in the 80s with this obsession with like horror stars,
Mhm.
like Fright Night, where you have Roddy McDowell who's like doing the show now on TV. Just these weird little things. Like it was like novelties of people really like this meta film thing. Fade to Black had it. Where it's just like people are like really obsessed with the 50s and like horror 50s kind of culture. And
Kinda like us?
and visiting in the 80s. No,
Oh, okay.
not that. Ghouliardi.
Ghouliardi? Is that your new alias?
That's P.T. Anderson's dad.
What?
Yeah.
What do you mean?
P.T. Anderson's dad was like a horror host.
I didn't know that. That's cool.
The more you know.
More you know.
Ghouliardi.
So tell me more about Frightmare.
There's nothing much to tell. It's got a good poster.
Cool.
Came out the year I was born. But yeah, it did nothing to hold my attention at all. I'm pretty sure I fell asleep. But
Well, good. Moving right along then.
yeah, usually it's not a good sign for a movie. Not a good sign at all.
Usually.
Yeah.
However, there's one later where it actually plays to benefit.
Okay, then.
We'll get there.
And also 1983 to wrap up the sex comedy cycle, The First Turn On, which I watched. RJ did not, which I think was a mistake because this
Why?
movie is the best of the sex comedies easily, and actually kind of works as a sex comedy.
Well, I got tainted by Stuck on You. I should,
Yeah.
if I had watched The First Turn On first, maybe I would have got turned on to Stuck on You, but it didn't happen that way.
So yeah, this is the best of them. Apparently, it was also the one that did the worst box office wise, because by that point, people were like kind of burnt out on these types of movies.
Mm-hmm.
And how does it go? Can you handle yours when it comes?
And what comes?
A group of teenage summer campers and one counselor share the stories of their first sexual experiences when an avalanche traps them in a cave. RJ, that avalanche is triggered by a fart. See?
Classic.
There you go. It's already won you over.
Yep.
This movie's got the debut of Mark Torgel, who goes on to play Melvin.
not a real name.
Oh, it is.
Oh.
He plays Melvin in Toxic Avenger, which will be next discussed.
Mm-hmm.
Who plays like the most fucking vile, disgusting character I've seen in a movie in a long time. He is so gross in this movie. It's amazing. I can't. Oh man, it's so vile. Like, it's like, so what happens is the movie starts out. It's a camp movie. It's very like generic. Like it's kind of amazing all the jokes that Kaufman reuses in other movies. Like the idea of like someone leading an aerobics class, having something put down their shirt, and then they go, "Oh God, there's something down my back," and everyone goes, we were told to follow them exactly what we're supposed to do," and then they start doing it.
Mm-hmm.
Classic Kaufman.
Classic.
So yeah, the movie is just like but all your usual type of like tropey characters, your stereotypes. They go off on their own hike because there's too much heat going on in the camp, and then they go into a cave and there's a cave in, and they're like, "Oh man, we're waiting to be rescued," and they start talking about how I'm not a virgin and this is how I first got laid, and then they tell these stories. But you get the sense that they're all virgins and they're all just making up these ridiculous stories. And like the best one is the counselor. She was talking about her boyfriend, who's just like Mark Torgel, and he's so fucking vile. It's so ridiculous.
Give me an example.
It's like these dinner scenes where he's just like running mashed potatoes through his hair, filleting a corn cob, and just dumping food on himself. But he's like caustically vile. Like he's like just like the way the things that he says and his voices and presence, and like he's like a weird looking guy. It's incredible. Like it's one of the highlights for me of this month was that one.
Really?
The scenes of Mark Torgl in this movie because they're so gross.
I think I'm fine not having watched this.
You would appreciate that scene because the rest of them are just like dumb stories of like, oh, I'm going to get laid by this hot broad, and it's all very contrived. But like, it's done. There's bits like got those Kaufman-esque like comedy bits.
Yeah.
Like the one guy's like, hey, there's this girl that likes me, and hey, we're going to hang out. But then he brings his friend with him, this real Tony Mamaluke type of guy who really wants to. I'm going to show you how to do it, and he's just like so incompetent at like doing anything a woman would ever find attractive. So you get those sort of things. As far as like the bar is low, but as far as like the sex comedy stuff goes, this one's like the best, hands down. But then Mark Torgl is like, he brings the Troma, latter day Troma stuff, and it's like, wow, like you can't expect it. You just don't see it coming. And then the movie ends, RJ, in a big orgy. Because,
good.
Because it turns out that they're all afraid they're going to die alone in the cave, and they're all virgins. So
kind of like real life.
So they're all going to bang. Classic. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's fine. Like, I don't know.
The
orgies,
you know.
Orgy.
What, RJ, brings us to 1984. The big enchilada.
The big enchilada. What are we at now?
The Toxic Avenger.
Yeah, so I'm surprised that this is like so early in their oeuvre because they peaked.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of.
I think they did.
No, I mean, I'd say that this is like the for Lloyd Kaufman and Troma. Everything is built off of this movie. Like, there is nothing else that like kind of defines them. I mean, Toxie is the logo, the centerpiece. It's the birth of Tromaville as a concept. And I think like the curious thing was like watching the Kaufman progression of like starting off making absolutely terrible movies and kind of like he's getting better as a filmmaker as he's making those movies. And then First Turn On is like the first one where you're like, oh, that's actually pretty good. And then he makes Toxic Avenger, and it all comes together in this movie. That the first time I watched it, I was like, that was okay. But I also remember certain things going on endlessly when I watched it the first time, and I'm wondering if I watched some weird cut of it or something like that, or something was wrong.
Like, what do you mean?
Like, there's like the footage of like when Toxic Avenger's like running around the fields through like the golden fields. For some reason in my mind, I thought he was like, there's so much more footage of him running than there was the second time watching it. The second time watching it, I'm like, oh, no, they're cutting it perfectly where it needs to, and they reuse some footage. But
maybe you were just high.
Yeah, all those drugs I do. Yeah,
high on life, baby. No, maybe you're just dumb.
Maybe, but no, I have a pretty good sense of memory, and I was like watching this, I'm like, huh, that's really weird that I remember that totally differently. But yeah, watching it this time, man, oh man, what a celebration of life the Toxic Avenger is.
Yeah, it's honestly like, I would go out on a limb and say that this is probably the best of the Troma movies. Like, there's a couple that I think I like more, but that's just because I'm weird and like I like their things more. But I think I would say this is the top of the top. Like, this and Nukem High, which we'll get to, but I think this one kind of had all of the good stuff and not nearly as much as the bad stuff that a lot of the later day ones have, where it's just like so much of certain parts and you're like, holy fuck, you're like, we don't, or like for me at least, I was like, I don't need this anymore. No more of this. So like, I think Toxic Avenger succeeds on both fronts, where it's all the good stuff and not very much of those, the things that they start to get really hung up on later days, where like the self-aware stuff, and because that's where I start to get lost, and we'll get there too. But like the terror firmers and the later day Toxic Avengers and things like that, where I was kind of like really checked out. I think this doesn't have that, but this has some really good stuff. It's a good story. it's, I think for the most part, pretty well made. Uh, like like it's well directed, and then I actually think it has really wicked stuff. Like it's got body melts, Jarrett.
Yeah.
It's got full body burns. And I think like all of the effects for like the transformation and stuff like that, I think those are great.
Yeah.
It looks good. Big body melting. I think he looks the best in this movie. Later on, like I think in 3 and even in 4, I don't really like his look, because 4 he looks like super stiff. Like it's so like the mask is, I don't know, it doesn't look normal. And then in like 2 and 3 he just looks like doopy.
Like he's wearing a mask and that's it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But like this one actually I think looks pretty good. He looks good. I think there are some pretty wicked kills. I think when he goes back to the gym and he's just like smashing heads on weights and stuff like that.
Fuck, it's so awesome.
That stuff is really good. His blind girlfriend, that's so Troma, where it's just like it's so like that. But I think this movie also has like a lot of really wholesome stuff, like when he's just doing good deeds, where he's like walking around like opening up jars for people. Friend of the show Ryan Nagel pointed out his favorite, where like he goes to his like little like hut, and he has a picture of like a dog wearing sunglasses, and it's like framed, and he like puts it up. Like Is
that in memory of the dog?
I think so. Like that is actually the only scene I don't like in this movie.
No kidding.
Well, yeah, and I can get by that, but it's like
it's so violent.
It is.
So well, the scene we're talking about. So let's talk about this movie, because this is like the top.
Whole thing.
Yeah. So this is a movie. It started off as like he wanted to make a movie about health clubs, because apparently he was like looking around while making these sex comedies and like how ridiculous they are, and he's like, let's just make a movie about that, but let's make a horror movie too. And then they're trying to figure out how to do that, and he's like, well, I also like Frankenstein. Let's put all these things together. And this is the movie that kind of like trickled out. And so, it starts at a health club, and there's this neebish Melvin named Melvin, played by Mark Torgl, my boy. And he is like a hopeless spaz. Like it's like sometimes they're like, oh, he's just like a guy. He's like a handsome guy that they put glasses on, and they're like, be a nerd, which is like a constant in Tromaverse. Like all his movies always have like a nerd, and it's just like a guy wearing glasses. Mark Torgl though, he is like a geek. Like it's like he is like, it'd be really tough to get past his shortcomings. And so there's like the bullies, the jocks of this movie. They're also psychotic murderers with girlfriends who drive around in cars and like just drive over people. Which including a child that they was like back over the head of, and you're like, whoa. Oh,
you're like, oh, baby.
So one thing leads to another, and they just hate Melvin so much. These people, and they're like, we're gonna make him pay. We're gonna embarrass him. And so the one girl, she like sexes him up, saying, yeah, I'd really like you to wear this pink tutu. It really gets me hot. He's like, okay. And so he dresses up, and he shows up, and of course everybody's at the gym. Everyone's in the pool, and they're all there to point and laugh at stupid old Melvin as he's making out with a sheep. And which apparently was like a very filthy sheep. And Mark Torgl talks about like,
what do you mean filthy sheep?
It was like right off the farm. It was just like, oh, like the mites on the thing are jumping onto me. Oh. And so he's like, oh God. And so he has his reaction, because it's a Troma production. They're just fast and loose. And so we get this like scene right out of The Elephant Man. Where he's being chased down, and then he does the obvious thing when you're being pursued by a mob of people making fun of you in swimsuits, is you just launch yourself out a window face first.
Of course.
While it just so happens that a truck filled with toxic waste is like parked out front, and he lands directly into a vat of it. And then he starts starting on fire. So, another great thing. So we have nerds in Troma movies. We also have full body burns.
Oh yeah. There's quite. I didn't get all of them, but I think I had 4 or 5 in the ones I was watching.
Yeah, it's a great tradition.
Mm-hmm.
And so we get that amazing scene, like that full body burn of him running down around the corner. It looks
it's awesome.
It looks so great. And then we cut to like him at home, and he's now mutating into the Toxic Avenger, and it's awesome, as RJ mentioned. The effects of it, like you're watching effects. That it's not seamless, but it's so effective. It's really neat. It looks totally different than anything you've seen before.
Yeah.
And it's like it actually reminds me a lot of Street Trash, which comes as far as like the body melt genre.
Mm-hmm.
But and then now we have the Toxic Avenger, who is now a giant superhero who fights crime, beats on rapists and murderers and psychopaths, anybody who does evil, because apparently he can detect evil through his toxitronic powers, however that's described.
No, it's in his like neutrinos or something. Or like talk. Yeah, whatever.
Yeah. So we have this like backdrop, though. Of course, like so the people running around killing people, they're he's taking care of them because they were direct threats. But there's also like the corruption in the town with the mayor, who's like
the little old lady from Stuck on You.
Yes.
She's a returning player. Anyway, sorry, you'll get there.
Yeah, she gets killed, and it turns out she's evil. But but we have the mayor, the corrupt mayor, played by the amazing Pat Ryan, this giant, beautiful fat man who he just he wallows in his corruption when he plays characters, be it in this or in Street Trash.
Is he your favorite fat guy?
I think he has to be. I have an actual tag identifying him when he shows up in movies, and it's not very many. And he died of being a fat man, sadly.
All the good ones do.
They inevitably do. But in this, like, so he's like the corrupt mayor, and it's like I love the way that everyone talks very openly about their corruption with the police force, who are like, of course, it's like Kaufman's very fond of like Nazis and using Nazis in his movies, and so it's like, oh, cops are like Nazis, done. Check and mate. And like, everyone's just like, ha ha ha, no one will ever expect that I'm taking all this graft. It's so good. That's all I want in these things. But anyway, we get the scene, RJ, where there's a robbery at a restaurant, and there's the main squeeze, the blind girl. She's there with her eye-seeing dog, and these three crazed robbers show up to cause mayhem. And one thing leads to another, and we have a dog getting shotgunned to death.
Yes,
and like
we do.
It's not only that. So it's like there's a bit where like, and like there's actually a little bit in the book about it, and how like Kaufman was more mad because he says that like he's had more. That's the most hate feedback he ever gets is about that scene, which makes sense. Scene. It's the movie that like more people have seen, and you know, you kill a dog just like Michael Bay says. People don't like that, and this movie actually breaks both Michael Bay's rules because he kills a kid and a dog all at the same time. But here,
I don't care about kids, but
I know. But let's read here. What does Lloyd have to say about the dog and the? Oh yeah, here we go. Troma has received disappointingly little hate mail over the years. The film that incited by far the most anger was The Toxic Avenger. The scene that brought this animosity was not, as you might think, the child's head being run over by a car. Instead, it was when Sarah's seeing eye dog was shot. It wasn't real, says Kaufman. Obviously, we didn't shoot a real dog, but letters and phone calls kept coming in, cursing us out for shooting a dog on film. People who had been fans for years said they would never again see a Troma movie. But we had just crushed a kid's head in the same film. Hertz and Kaufman were actually upset about the dog scene as well. We wanted it to be more real, said Kaufman. I asked the PA to find me a piece of fur that matched the grayish color of the dog. Instead, he brought me a 3x4-inch piece of brown floor rug. When you see the close-up of the bullet entering the dog, that's what you're watching. And what about afterward, when the dog slides across the floor? That was a trick his trainer did with him, says Kaufman. He'd throw the dog across the newly waxed floor. Then the dog would run back to get thrown again. He'd get thrown all day.
That's actually the one thing I was going to bring up. I was like, I bet that was a trick.
Yeah.
However, you know how I say things. You know, I do stuff. I mean, at least he acknowledges it.
Yeah.
But I feel like that's kind of like...
then there's the shot, that extra shot, though, of the dog lying on the floor with, like, the guts on top of it. It's like, whoa.
Yeah, it's way too much.
It's pretty... Because they could have just not had that, and they'd be fine. But they put it there, and you're just like, whoo.
Yeah, it's way too much. And I think, like... So, the thing the thing that gets me there is like where he's like, yeah, it's the same movie that we like run over a kid's head. That just reminds me of like Stephen King rationalizing it, like the huge orgy scene with the kids in it. He's like, it always comes back to the orgy scene. He's like, people don't have a problem with me killing like babies and kids throughout the book. And it's like, well, yeah, because you have a bunch of kids like having a huge orgy. It's like one of them is worse than the other. And it's like, just because you say it's like, no one has a problem with this. It's like, well, yeah, but like, do you know what I mean, Jarrett?
I know what you're saying. Like, it's like,
I feel like it's the same kind of thing.
Yeah. They don't get why this maybe triggers people.
Yeah. Problematic, as some people would say.
Indeed.
Problematic.
But yeah, so I mean, in Toxic Avenger, he corrects wrongs, you know. He smashes people. This movie is very charming and vile and gross and wonderful. Mm-hmm. It's some peak Troma.
Yes, it is. Peak Troma.
Any other thoughts there before we go on to you talking about Splatter University?
No, like I think you kind of covered it all. I actually do think Toxic Avenger is the best Troma film. And it's like I said, it's not my favorite because I have weird tastes, and there's I think two that I like more. But Toxic Avenger is pretty fucking rad. Like it's all the effects are good. It's actually a well-made movie, also. So it's got that going for it.
It's his best made movie, I would say for sure.
So now that we've peaked, let's talk for another 3 hours.
Anyway. Yeah.
About Troma movies. So you want to hear about Splatter University?
Shit, yeah.
Have you ever seen this?
No, I know about it. I know it's been released again by Vinegar Syndrome, and it seems like most people who talk about it don't talk about it very well.
So from fabled director of Class of Nukem High, did you know that? Richard W. Haynes?
I never thought about that, but yeah, sure. That makes sense.
That's what Letterboxd says, so who am I to
Why would they lie?
Different? Why would they lie? So yeah, like I remember I asked you about this. I was like, what is this Splatter University? It's on Troma. And you were just like, oh yeah, people seem really hot on that, but also like not. And I was like, oh, that's weird. So it's like everyone watches it and there's a few people who really like it, but it seems like a lot of people watch it and they're like, oh yeah, that wasn't good. And it's like, oh, so why is everyone watching it? So I watched this thing and it's pretty short. It's like an hour and 10 minutes. You have this lady who is a sociology professor, and she gets a job at I think it's like a Catholic community college of some sort. So the movie opens and it's like a hospital and it's a mental asylum, and there's all these people being pretty hard R's walking around, like hitting their own chests and like mumbling to themselves, and some guy gets murdered and his clothes are taken, and then so you're led to believe that like an escaped convict like leaves this mental asylum. So then you see this lady and she's teaching college, and she's talking about who the fuck knows what, and she's talking about like sexuality in this thing, and then she gets brought into like this priest's office, and it's this old priest in a wheelchair, and he's like, you can't be talking about that stuff here. This is a good Christian facility. And it's like, and like that's actually like what a lot of this movie is. It's like back and forth between this lady pissing off like the priest. And I was like, oh, that's weird. I was like, I didn't see that coming. This movie actually, just while I'm on it, this movie is a really fucking weird poster where it's like a cheerleader on a table and she's like reaching. It looks like a bicycle handle, and it's like a huge circle lump that's like hairy, and I really can't tell what it is. I want you to look and tell me if you can figure out what the fuck she's holding.
I'm looking at a thumbnail of it currently.
It's really weird. Like I just got distracted because I was like, wait a minute, what the fuck is that? It's like I don't recognize that from the movie. Anyway, so you see if you can figure out what that is. It's like,
isn't she reaching for it's like a pom pom?
Oh, it is a pom pom. I'm an idiot. Well, anyways, I don't think there's even any cheerleaders in this movie. So there's a lot of misleading posters and titles in Troma, I found. And we'll get there when I get to one of the big ones. So anyways, this girl's walking around. People start dying. And then there's a real twist in this, Jarrett. And like I think you can see it coming. I won't say what it is. But like before it happens, you're like, I bet it's that guy. And then it does turn out to be that guy. And you're like, oh, it was right. Cool. Splatter University is not very interesting. Like some of the kills were okay, and like it plays out fine. It's just it's pretty low quality, and even like a lot of these things, like what I'll say a lot today is for like an 80-minute movie, it's kind of boring, and it's like man, it's like you weren't even an hour and a half long, and you still found a way to waste time.
Well, there's lots of those though.
There's lots of those.
Yeah, it's amazing how boring sometimes an hour and a half movie can be.
Yeah. So Splatter University is like it's fine, but I wouldn't recommend anyone watch it. Like maybe if you were with a group of dudes, but it's not even really like it's not like goofy to laugh at like some of the other movies we'll talk about today. So it's just there. I don't know.
How about Star Worms 2: Attack of the Pleasure Pods?
Okay, so here's that movie. So there is no Star Worms 1.
Mm-hmm.
This movie was originally called Star Prison, and Troma convinced them to change the name to Star Worms 2: Attack of the Pleasure Pods. There are no worms in this, and there's hardly any pleasure pods. So that's what I was going to say. This is like one of the most misleading titles of any of them. This is a super low budget sci-fi movie. Like most of it, I think, was filmed at the Old Man River in our town. It's like half of the movie is filmed
like a river bottom,
like a river bottom with like two groups of dudes. One group's on one side and they have like a little campfire, and the other group of dudes are on the other side. And then it'll cut to like a woman in a black room with like text on the screen, and like she's like recounting the story. She's like, so anyways, this is what happened. I think this thing is trying to go for like a mix between it's like prison movies, but also Dune in a sense. So it's like this prison planet where these guys get sent to, and then it's like you have to find the fire gems because it's like this kind of like opiate thing that like has them like hallucinate, and they're working for this evil empire. It's like find the fire gems and you'll control like trade, and so like that's like the Dune element. I was like, what is this? So I think they like really tried to have a hard sci-fi movie like a heavy sci-fi thing, but this movie is beyond fucking boring and pointless. Like there's all this stuff. It's like, oh, Jessup, who are you? And he's like, I can't tell you. Jessup, Colonel Jessup. So yeah, Star Worms is like it's just a movie with people hanging out by like a creek, like a river bottom, and they're just like, hey, stay away from us, and the other people are like, make us. And it's like that's it. They're just like yelling back and forth at each other, and then it'll cut to the lady and be like, the fire gems were the most powerful of all the gems. They were like hallucinogenic opiates, and it's like okay. Yeah, this is one of the worst that I've watched for sure this month, just because of how outright boring it was.
Yeah.
So apparently they wanted to call it Star Prison, and someone from Troma was like, that doesn't have enough panache. Panache. That's a new word that Troma made up. So yeah, it's a real bad movie, Jarrett.
Well, my movie here, Screenplay from 1985.
Sounds cool.
Directed by Rufus Butler Setter. This is a movie that's a done in one. This is the only time this guy made a movie.
Yeah.
This is a detective investigating a series of murders discovers that they are similar to the murders that occur in the new script of a Hollywood screenwriter. That's a very misleading synopsis because the movie is mostly from the screenwriter's perspective, played by the director Rufus Setter. So this movie is a love letter to like 1920s like German expressionism. So the guy, like, he arrives in town, he's got his typewriter, he goes to the old diner. It's kind of like it feels like a period piece, I guess. Like everything about it is like very like a pastiche of like filmmaking. It's a type of movie making that it doesn't work necessarily, but there's like some really, really good attempts at like trying to make the film look like a silent film, which is cool. I think everybody kind of wants to do one of these at some point, and then either they just don't bother, they think better of it, or they make something like Screenplay. And there was actually a point for about the first half, I was like, this movie's really good. Like, I'm like really feeling this. This is like so different from like usual Troma stuff. This is only a distribution one. It's on YouTube for anyone who wanted to check it out. But it overstays its welcome. It goes on way too long at that 90-minute mark, where it's just like endless type of like scenes where you're like, this would work great as like a 30-minute short, but instead it is a feature-length film and just doesn't have enough gas to get you there. But yeah, the one thing that's, I guess, of note is the guy who directed this, he went on to like having like a commercial art career where he does like these gigantic lenticular wall installations.
Sounds cool.
Yeah, it's like he's just like a visual guy who's like, art school, and then he made a movie because he probably loved German expressionist films like most people do, just like purely on a look level, and he wanted to make a movie that was like that. So it's sound and stuff like that, so it's not like a silent film. It's just kind of there though. Nothing really too exciting going on with it. Again, it goes on too long, but it looks cool. The movie looks really cool. Like, it's definitely one of the visual highlights of of the Troma movies, which sometimes just look the same over and over and over again. This actually has a bit of a style, and which I was excited about for a bit, but yeah, it just kind of, I don't even remember. At this point, it's like there's the one character, a real Jarrett character.
Oh God,
he's the very imposing owner of the motel that the main character's staying at. He gets hired on as like a cleanup guy, a janitor for the pool and stuff like that, for taking care of the rooms, maintenance guy.
Of course,
he's just like a total scumbag who's just constantly is wanting up inside these ladies that are in this movie.
He wants what?
To be up inside those ladies.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, and then what?
And he imposes his will on them, but usually not to any great degree where it turns into the rapiness that you love so much. But
oh yeah, the pursuit.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. So, but it's always a tease there that's going to happen, and then they have to like use their feminine wiles to like trick him into thinking that they're into him now, even though he's this horrible, gross man. But
that sounds fun.
Yeah, real fun picture. But how much fun was Bloodhook?
All right, so you want to hear about Bloodhook?
Yeah, I do.
Okay, so this is a movie that I think I maybe need to watch again. So this is what happened. Andrea was like really sick the week that I was watching a lot of these Troma movies. And there was one night that like I kind of felt it coming on a little bit, and I was like, uh-oh. I was like, I really don't want to get sick. So I took a bunch of NyQuil, and then I like slept on the couch downstairs. And so I took all this NyQuil, and then I threw on Bloodhook. And I was like, I've heard this movie's pretty goofy. I'm going to check it out. And so I watched it, and I rated it like 1.5 stars. And then the next day, I was like on Letterboxd, and I was like, oh, I watched Bloodhook last night. I was like, oh man, I didn't rate it very good. And I was like, I don't even remember that movie at all. I barely remember this movie. So I took my rating off because it was like, I remember parts of it, but I honest to God, like a day later, I was like, I don't even remember what that fucking movie was about. So the best I can remember is it's like a small like fishing town, and there's like a contest about, I don't know, who can bag the biggest fish or something.
That's usually how those go. Yeah,
and then it's like people start dying, and usually the way it happens is like you just see like a lure, like a fish lure, a hook, and like it'll just swing on to the person, and it'll like pull them under the water or like pull them away or something. And you're like, oh, is this movie about like a sentient fish hook that kills people? And I was like, I guess. That's pretty much all I remember. I'm pretty sure at one point there's dueling fishermen in this movie near the end somewhere, like hooking each other. And there's cicadas that are chirping the whole time. And then they're like, some of the lines are delivered pretty wacky. I don't know. Like I'm honestly, I think I should watch this again because I don't even remember it. Hardly at all.
The synopsis is pretty funny here.
Yeah.
During a local fishing contest, people are being mysteriously dragged into the lake and killed by a giant fish hook. After a sufficient number of deaths, the killer is finally revealed.
After a sufficient number of deaths. What do you think a sufficient number was, Jarrett?
I didn't see Bloodhook, but I do see that it is 111 minutes long.
Yeah, see, that's the other thing. Like, this thing's almost 2 hours. I, honest to goodness, Jarrett, do not remember what this movie was. And that's my killer review for our Troma episode. But this is like distributed by Troma, right?
Correct.
Yeah, so that's okay.
Available on Blu-ray from Vinegar Syndrome.
Ooh. So if I get that wrong, then that's not the worst thing in the world. I think.
Yeah, I'll mention that I did not rewatch Combat Shock, which is another Troma masterpiece.
I thought you did.
No, I didn't get around to rewatching it.
It's fine.
From director Buddy Giovanazzo.
And
Combat Shock's one of those movies that I feel like should be more of my movie. I would like to rewatch it. It's on my rewatch list now. I watched it like 5 years ago. 6 years ago. But like I remember being like just these shots of the lead character who's like a disturbed Vietnam veteran. Him walking around. It's like a weird shitty Eraserhead. Like almost like to the T.
A weird shitty Eraserhead.
Yeah, where it's like a Vietnam vet and it's him walking around like the New Jersey Turnpike, wherever, and it's just him walking in this like drony music that just goes on of him just like walking around in his like Vietnam vet jacket, walking around, and like he's like really grimacing, like you're waiting for him to like, lose his shit and go crazy, and the whole movie is just like a slow build to him like losing his mind, and it's just like walking around the urban gritty world.
The what kind of world?
Urban and gritty. And just
yikes.
There's like I'm pretty sure there's dead babies and heroin involved. Like it's just it's gonna be one of those types of movies. I feel like I should like it more, but maybe on a rewatch I would. But I'll mention that because that's like one of the bigger Troma distributed movies, and I feel remiss if I didn't mention it because you did not watch it either.
I didn't know I was supposed to.
I don't know. It was an option. It also like doesn't have like if not knowing what it is, like it doesn't have it's like Combat Shock. It's just like sounds like a bad action movie, and it's not that at all. It's a weirdo movie.
I kind of figured out that it was like it seems like a PTSD kind of thing.
Yeah, but not in any like I don't know, not in a real thoughtful way. I would argue. I was introduced to the movie from Kyoto Janice's the one documentary on her celluloid horror because like she was a big fan of his, and I was like, oh, that movie looks rad, and then I watched it and I was like, oh, this isn't my type of movie. The way it's made anyway.
What are your types of movies, Jarrett?
Well, maybe something more along the lines of 1986's Class of Nukem High.
Class of Nukem High. I think I'm going to let you take the reins on this one. It seems like you kind of like this show.
Yeah, this is a rewatch for me, and this was one of the first time I watched it. This movie rocked my ass.
Rocked your ass?
Yeah, up until we did the rewatch, I would have considered this the best of the Troma movies because I feel that it captures very well the spirit of what Kaufman wants to do with Troma. And while doing that, it also is like, I would argue, well made for like a Troma movie. So the synopsis of this movie: the pupils at a high school next to a nuclear power plant start acting and looking strange after buying contaminated drugs from a plant worker. So that's basically what it is. Pat Ryan appears as the owner of a nuclear power plant who doesn't care about like the recklessness and like dangers of this nuclear power plant happening, even though it's leaking and there's all these things. It really plays into the fears that one has of why, and that still linger to this day, of the fears of nuclear energy. And of course, it's like the absurdity that in Tromaville that there is a high school right behind this nuclear power plant where people are going, and it's got all the types. It's got the nerd. You got your nerds, your punks that like take the form of like some like early appearances of like I guess trans people, boys with breasts and girls with Hitler mustaches.
Oh dear.
Oh dear.
Oh dear.
And like just we have the one of the lead psycho jocks from Toxic Avenger. He reappears here as a psychotic jock, very much stretching out.
Well, he's got acting, Jarrett.
Yeah, he's got the acting done.
He's got acting.
So anyway, the movie starts off like one of the first big gruesome deaths, I guess. Is one of the nerds. He drinks some fountain water, and of course it's polluted, and he starts gurgling and vibrating and exploding and jumping out windows face 1st, Troma style.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a definite thing that they like to keep doing, hey?
Yeah, this movie's kind of like a weird mess because like it's like very disjointed and it shouldn't work, but it does because it's just like it's never boring ever. Like there's always stuff happening. There's the boy girl thing, the hookup. They get contaminated with some of this crazy drug because basically someone's growing marijuana, but they're growing it in the radiation, and now it's like mutant radiation. They turned is it the Glee Club, or that comes later? That's in the remake. They're like
I was gonna say I don't remember a Glee Club.
No, that's in the remake. But it's like they're good students, straight A students that are all now like monster punks, which is awesome. That's like a great idea for a movie, and this movie actually lives up to those expectations. And these kids, they get contaminated, and so some of them are turning into mutants. Like the guy, he turns into a big mutant who storms around and beats up thugs, Toxie style. And they have sex, RJ. And then and the girl, she like essentially miscarries or gives birth to a mutant fetus that turns into a monster, falling in the great tradition of movies that I love to watch involving monster babies.
Mutant fetuses?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, you were one, right?
We all were monster babies. But
yeah, I guess.
A lot of my favorite movies like The Suckling and Baby Blood. Monster babies.
Actually, The Suckling's awesome. And Baby Blood's pretty good.
The Suckling.
The Suckling is good. It's super gross, but
it's like it's one of the best Troma movies that isn't a Troma movie.
Yeah, maybe they'll pick up. Oh no, wait, doesn't one of those big labels have the rights to it now, or not rights? But
guess who just put out Suckling on Blu-ray? RJ, our good friends at Vinegar Syndrome.
So it's either porn or The Suckling.
Yep,
pretty much for them.
Or the movies I'll talk about on our next proper episode.
Are those porns?
No.
Okay.
Yeah, but Class Nukem High. It's so much fun to watch. Again, top tier Kaufman, and of course it's like amazing that they came back to back.
Yeah, and like see that's kind of like what I was saying. I think Toxic Avenger is the best, and I think Nukem High is probably the second best. I actually like Nukem High quite a bit too. I think part of it for me, like for both of those, is their stories are a little bit more straightforward, and it's not that other Tromas aren't, but some Tromas get really distracted by like the shtick of it all and like the gags within the movie themselves. I think Nukem High, for the most part, keeps a pretty consistent play at what it's going for. I like the kind of build up to stuff. Like you actually do get introduced to some characters, and you're like, oh, nice. I'll root for like this guy who's not a monster and this girl who isn't like fucking disgusting. I know who to root for here, not like the mutant people with fucking nose ring, like bull rings and stuff. And I've never mentioned, Jarrett, or maybe I have. I think piercings are so gross because they really scare me, because it's like I would move and an earring would like get caught on my sweater and it would just rip my fucking ear off. Like it scares me so much, the idea that people just have like rings attached to their bodies. Like this guy's gigantic nose ring, which does get pulled out in this movie.
Yep.
I was like, it's like that's my nightmare, is like having something like that. Like it freaks me out so much. So those guys are cool. I think you do get a good build up to like what's going on, where you have the gigantic boner dream sequence, and then you have the like the fetus bursting out dream sequence from both of our leads. Those are both good. You have a cool like where he's like not delusional, but like where he goes off in his mutated state and just beats up some baddies, like arms down people's throats and stuff. I was like, whoa. I was like, that's pretty cool. And then I think the end monster is pretty rad too. The quill monster, that thing's pretty gross, pretty gnarly. And yeah, I don't know. I think Nukem High is another like actually pretty well put together movie.
Yep. For like, I mean, it's good for like this sort of like B movie stuff. It's top tier B movie Kaufman, absolutely. And we also get some Fellini references.
What did she say? It's like fuck the Fellini festival.
Yeah, it was like Warren. But what about the Fellini festival? Chrissy, Warren, fuck the Fellini festival.
Fuck the Fellini.
And then they fuck.
Ooh, baby.
Ooh, baby.
Yeah, I actually did like that a lot because you know what? Fuck the Fellini Festival.
Hey.
What? What?
Yeah, animal.
Do you not agree?
I like that Fellini.
You would like Fellini.
But yeah, so yeah, moving along.
Yeah.
Next
sure.
up, RJ. Surf Nazis Must Die.
Ooh, baby.
Oh, one more thing. Class Nukem High. What a great theme song. Nukem High. Bow, 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 now, now. Speaking of great music, Surf Nazis Must Die. The only thing worth even bothering with this movie, honestly.
Oh, not quite.
That music is so good. It's man. So that movie I was watching the other week. Fuck. People are talking about. Let me take a look at this. You go on about Surf Nazis.
Surf Nazis? Okay, so I like Surf Nazis quite a bit, actually. So, like you mentioned, the score in this thing fucking rips, man. Like, it's really good. I think this movie is really funny because it opens and Lloyd Kaufman's talking about like how they premiered this at Cannes, and you're like, oh, that's goofy. Old Uncle Lloyd's up to his old tricks. This movie really reminded me of something that I think is like super dumb and super lame, where it's like surfing and snowboarding videos where I don't know if you're aware of this, but it'll be like a 3-hour video and it'll just be scenes of people snowboarding.
Sure.
And it'll just have like soundtracks on it. And I always thought that was so dumb. Like I was at someone's house once and they put that on. I was like, why are we watching this? Because I don't do either of those. I guess if I did do either of those, maybe I would take more out of it. But I was like, this is dumb. But this movie, I think, is like, it kind of like, it clicked a little bit, where this whole movie is like just scenes of people like surfing, and there's like this really tranquil music playing in the background, and it's like rhythmic, and it kind of lulls you. So earlier we were talking, I believe we both fell asleep during this movie.
Sure did.
But I actually, I kind of like that. Like this movie just like rocked me to bed, and I was like, and I found it like it was really comforting. But then when I did wake up, I rewound it and I watched the rest. I like so what you have is this like, it's not even like a future world or whatever. You just have this beach and there's all these beach gangs and they're all kind of like fighting each other for control.
Well, it's like
the big beaches.
Yeah, it's like a Mad Max world, kind of like.
Yeah,
but it's surf based.
It's surf based, yeah, and so it's like whoever controls the beaches is like the top gang, and you have an awesome collection of gangs. You have like the Bros, the Chads. It's like all these like rich dudes that are always like combing their hair and they have their collars popped. You have the Empire of the Sun, which is the Japanese surfer club. You have the Sewer Pipe Mutants, which are just like really gross people that have like neon paint all over like black clothes. They're pretty cool. I think one group is called the Rats, and then you have the Nazis, the Surf Nazis, Jarrett. So these guys are all kind of like fighting each other, and the Surf Nazis are getting the upper hand. They're led by a man named Adolf. They're kind of like taking out other groups of people. And then what happens is one day they take out just like an innocent bystander. It's this like young guy who's just kind of like there to surf, or he was like helping someone, and so they killed him. And you see his life outside of this, where he just put his mom in like a retirement facility, and she's just this really, really fun bigger lady who like smokes cigars and gambles. I think they call her Big Mama in this or something, or just Mama. She rules. She's wicked.
Oh,
and
Eleanor Mama Washington.
Yeah, that lady is so awesome. So they kill her son, and then she's like, fuck this shit. So she goes on a personal vendetta, and she starts taking out the Surf Nazis, and that's what the movie ends on.
And that's what I fell asleep during, was like
that part.
Yeah,
when she's like on her motorcycle ripping around.
Yeah,
I think that stuff's awesome. Again, for an 80-minute movie, this is a movie that could probably have 15 to 20 minutes cut from it.
Yeah.
So I know it's boring and all that junk, but I don't know. I liked it. Yeah. I thought it was nice.
So the score I was referencing, I was like thinking about, because this Surf Nazis Must Die, fantastic synthy 80s score.
Yeah.
Compared to the movie Lost River, Ryan Gosling's movie, where a lot of people talk about how amazing the score for that movie is. No, that score is not good at all. It's terrible. Surf
Not
Nazis
good,
Must
Jared?
Die. No, Surf Nazis Must Die though. Excellent. I was looking. There's a vinyl pressing of this that's out there, but they want like $60 for it. So, dear listeners, if you want to hook me up, let me know.
Oh, don't be that guy. You can. I don't give a shit.
Yeah.
Who cares? Yeah, Surf Nazis Must Die.
Hell of a poster, hell of a title, but man, the movie, as you would expect, does not deliver. I don't think on the promise of that poster or title.
Yeah.
You know what movie
does
somehow delivers?
What's that?
Deadly Daphne's Revenge.
Jarrett, what is Deadly Daphne's Revenge?
So this is a movie, again, from our friends at Vinegar Syndrome. They put this out as a secret release that was only going to be available for a limited time. And I was just like, I'm going to buy this. And I bought it like 6 months ago and hadn't watched it till this very, last couple weeks. And I didn't know what to expect. I've seen that most people who watch it seem to not be fans of it at all. In fact, they say it's a horrible movie. But part of the reason I think is because everything indicates that this should be like some weird, like wooded horror movie with a crazy lady that like kills people in the woods. Okay, that's kind of what it looks like. But let me read you a little bit about it. She swore revenge and vowed to spit on their graves. That never happens.
Oh, bummer.
A young hitchhiker is picked up by 4 drunken hunters, one of whom rapes her. A tough prosecutor has all 4 of the men indicted for the crime, which results in a suicide and a murder for hire plot.
Okay.
So this movie, for essentially its entire runtime, is a like weird, greasy, like made-for-TV courtroom drama, sort of. It is so incompetently made. Yet at the same time, I was laughing out loud so often watching this movie because it's just so ridiculous.
It's one of those, eh?
Oh, it's amazing. It is one of the, it's like it's so bad it's good. Yes.
Yeah.
But if you were going in expecting a horror movie, and like by this point, like I'm like 35 movies deep into Troma movies, I have no expectations anymore. Like my entire world has been ruined by this entire month. So when I got to this though, my God, it's just like the delivery and writing and the acting from these dudes. My God, the main rapist, we'll call him, the lead thug, he's so despicable and loathsome, and like every like racist, horrible, sexist thing that could come out of his mouth comes out of it, and it's just like delivered like so plainly. It's like I'm like, wow, a different era that this was made in. It was only like released in 1987, but it feels a lot older than that. Let's see, Richard Gardner wrote and stars in this movie, directed it. It's the only thing he's done. He played Steve. Yeah, it's one of those types of movies. But I love this movie for all the probably wrong reasons. But like it's just so it's so inept. But because like how do you handle like this girl who gets picked up by these dudes in a trailer? First of all, you're like, well, late girl, my friend. I don't want to like blame victims here, but it's like do not get into that RV. Do not get into that RV with those 4 guys. Like that's just a really bad idea. Just keep waiting for that hitchhike, okay? And so she does. And then there's like the one guy, he's like the decent man. And then there's the one guy who's like, I just don't want my wife to find out. But then there's like Scuzzy guy and his friend. They're down for a little bit of rape. And yeah.
Can I get that a sound bite of that?
If you ask nicely. But so anyway, they bring her back to their cabin and bad things happen. She escapes and then wants to press charges. And then there's a DA who wants to get this guy. And it's like, that's what this movie is. But it is trying so hard to make itself a movie. And it just can't help itself. It's an incredible piece of filmmaking. Incredible.
Really? So this is a hard recommend from you, huh?
If you know what you're signing up for, you're not getting then Deadly Daphne. Deadly Daphne shows up for the first minute of the movie, and then she disappears for the entirety of the movie until RJ.
Oh, good.
Guess what happens? She has a dog.
Oh, come on. Why? So see, like this is,
and then
I'll never watch this now.
Yeah,
because it's just like why do they do it, Jared?
Because otherwise, how does Daphne want to have revenge?
There's way more. There's a lot more reasons people could want revenge other than being raped or having your dog killed. Like here's a real good one. The other day, some guy looked at me bad, and I was like, you know what? Maybe this is the time.
You're going to imbibe in a little bit of that.
Maybe this is the time. So there's way more reasons to go on like a killing spree than like being raped or having your dog murdered.
Those are pretty good reasons, right? To want to get
I mean, they're fine, but there's other things you can do.
I don't know until movies show me otherwise. I don't know.
Well, Jarrett.
Money's so boring. So played.
Jarrett.
So, RJ, I watched Rabid Grannies.
Oh, how was that treatment for you?
Not good. Not good.
Yeah. Tell me more.
Okay, part of the problem with this is that the copies available for this are horrible. And this goes back to like the bullshit of Troma, like digitally remastered, restored. No. The version of this that's available that they put out on Blu-ray was not either of those things. It is a 68-minute version of this 90-minute movie.
Did they cut out the right stuff?
Well, no, it's like this movie is like heavily censored for some reason, even though it's like not really anything worse than like Evil Dead. So this movie is just like a Bava Demons movie, but it's worse than those. It's way worse. Lots of boring European people. They're all gathered together because they're really concerned about their inheritance from the like grandmothers in this movie, the old ladies, the aunts, and then somebody sends like some like witchy cult woman sends a package that turns the grannies into possessed demons, and they just go around the mansion killing people for the entire movie. It's
good.
That's all this movie is. The effects, see, this is the thing. The VHS quality of this thing that exists currently does not serve the effects very well, because I'm sure if the effects were like had more emphasis and were clearly presented, it would be maybe like a half star better. But in its current form, it's just so dull. The characters are all crap. You don't care about anything that's going on. I don't know. I wish I could grade this thing more accordingly, but I don't know. It sucked. It's unpleasant to get through. Boring. I've seen 1,000 movies like this. It doesn't even feel like a Troma movie, really. It's kind of a weird.
Some of them don't.
Some of them don't. This is just like obviously it's like the title's right, the poster looks right, like everything is there for it, but it's like was it not Belgian? It's a German. It's a German movie too, and it's baffling that they. We'll get to the other baffling one. One of my picks of all these movies, surprisingly enough. But yeah, Rabid Grannies. I'm gonna skip a couple of these. Hey, RJ.
Yes.
Troma's War.
Troma's War. You mean Lost, the movie?
Kinda.
It's kind of like Lost, right?
A condensed version.
So this movie starts, and you have like a plane that crashes, and you have all the people.
Bunch of people from Tromaville.
And they're like, oh, we're on this island now. What are we going to do to survive? And then you know what they do to survive, Jarrett? They go into like war games.
Well, because they happen to land on an island where there's like mercenary terrorists that are plotting an invasion of America, which apparently was like a very real threat.
Allegedly.
In like right-wing people's minds. They thought like people from Cuba or like the Rushkies are going to come. And that's what it is. And these like hapless civilians come across this like training militia camp, and they go to war with them to defend America.
But then what do they do?
A lot of them die.
Oh, good.
Some people get their brains blown out, their teeth pulled out, their tongues pulled out.
Yeah.
It's mayhem. This movie is, man,
not great.
It's just a sloggy action movie at the end of the day.
Yeah. There's just not really anything to it, right? Like, it's like a Vietnam war camp thing, but you watch it and you're like, I don't know about you, but I was kind of just like, I don't really care.
Yeah.
I'm kind of bored with this. Like,
yeah,
just people walking around with guns, and sometimes they shoot them. Most of the time they're just walking around though. And you're like, all right, like,
yeah, it's a whole long build of them like somehow taking out trained people because that's what the movie is. They're just doing that over and over and over again. Yeah, I don't know. I was pretty disappointed with this one. Because especially like, cause I mean, Lloyd Kaufman's still directing this, and it's coming off of his two best movies, and then it's like,
See, that's why there's such like standouts. Like maybe Spielberg directed Toxic Avenger and Nukem High, kind of like a Poltergeist
I see.
situation, you know?
Seems legit.
Like, or maybe Toby Hooper stepped in.
Maybe.
No, I don't know. Toby Hooper would have fit in the Troma universe.
I don't know. I just don't know.
I don't care.
I don't remember about that one. But yeah, Troma's War, like the climax is like some like, wow, they're really killing off these characters. It kind of works, not really.
It's I don't know. Troma's War is like there. There's I don't know.
I like when the one like old guy who's like a coward throughout the whole movie, he saves the day by like running out there and sending that truck flying onto the boat that it just explodes before the car lands on it. That was fine. I mean, they spent a lot of money on this. Like this movie, we should point out, easily has the largest budget of any Troma movie.
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah. Like you think about all the squibs and all the action set pieces, they spent like a Troma fortune on this thing.
So that's actually one thing that I wish I was starting to. I wish I had tagged when with Letterboxd with squibs, because there was a few later when we get to Blood Alien or Alien Blood, Alien Blood. There was a lot of squibs in that, and I was like, "Fuck, this would be a good movie to take."
Yeah,
but yeah, no, like Troma's Wars, like it's like I said, it's people walking around with guns and shooting each other sometimes, and like you wish it was better. It's just not.
It's just not a good. It's just not a well made. It has no real story. It has no drama to it. It's just like, oh, these characters are just in the jungle walking around, and like then there's action set pieces, and it's very repetitive. Yeah, it has these like kind of like Kaufman flourishes as far as like the humor goes and character stuff goes. People dropping fags and stuff like that, which we haven't.
What? Sorry?
People can play it back.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So we all know that's a real undercurrent here in Tromaville.
Well, in about 20 movies, I'll have a lot to say about that. I don't know if I'm allowed to say that word until I get to that movie.
I see.
You see what I mean, Jarrett?
I don't yet, but we'll see.
I
watched one of the last movies I watched on this rough ride. Beware, Children at Play. It's like a shitty Children of the Corn.
Oh, well, Children of the Corn is pretty shitty as it is.
And this movie is
somehow even worse.
At least as bad. But it's like bad in a different way, because like that movie's like, cause Children of the Corn is like at least recognizable as a studio movie. Beware, Children at Play is just like whatever. Yeah. This is a perfect movie to have on while you're doing other things.
Well, good.
I also watched Redneck Zombies.
So I had a friend say that this was one of the rare movies that they stopped. They don't usually like turn movies off, and they're like, yeah, that one was bad. So what did you think of Redneck Zombies?
It is a shot-on-video film. I think they had filmed some of it, then Troma distributed it, and then they gave them more money to finish it. It didn't matter. It's just, again, it kind of reminded me of Mother's Day. It's that same type of characters. I have a hard time remembering it. There's a couple of good screenshots in this movie, but other than that, I'm moving on with my life. I mean, what do you expect? It's a movie called Redneck Zombies.
Yeah, I think that's fair.
Yeah.
I'm surprised it was made so early, the 89.
Yep.
God dang. Hey, were you going to talk about Lust for Freedom? Because that was in 87, apparently.
Yeah, I skipped over that one.
Okay. I'm going to count it as logged in this talk because we brought up the title. So there you go.
Excellent. And then RJ, we had back-to-back films. Toxic Avenger Part 2, Toxic Avenger Part 3, The Last Temptation of Toxie. Now, I
feel like you would love that.
See, I've seen some back and forth amongst people saying which one's better of these two. These are a step down from the first film.
Yeah, hot take. Which one's better? They're both bad.
They're both bad. I would give the edge to Part 2 because like there's a charmingness to like the adventures in Japan stuff.
Yep.
It's got.
I think yeah.
That's about it. But like I don't know. It opens up with Toxic Avenger. He is he's in his, what is it? He's at the
It's like the sanctuary for the blind.
Yeah, where his wife works, his girlfriend, and who's like just dumber than ever.
Yeah, they really flipped her character. Like in the first one, she was like a normal person, but in this one, it's like she just wears lingerie out in real life and is like, "Oh, toxic."
Super bimbo-fied and everything like that. These are not Kaufman films.
No.
And so yeah, the movie opens up with like this big ridiculous action set piece, which is just Toxie killing dudes in a circle.
Yeah, you get an appearance from Michael J. White, hit actor from The Dark Knight. No. Gamble from The Dark Knight, Jarrett. Did you see it? He's in 2 and 3.
Wow.
I believe.
Wow.
Wow.
Wow. So yeah, you get this like thing where it's like he's just killing people. That's like the highlight of these movies at this point, is Toxic Avenger just like brutalizing people horribly. Like at one point I was like, this isn't so great. And then there's like the one death where he uses like the wheelchair to accordion a man to death and his intestines just
pretty cool.
up. Yeah. That was rad. There's a couple of those like highlights that you
What did you think? What did you think when he scrunched up that midget and slam dunked him?
That was good.
Yep.
That was fine.
The wheelchair one's the best.
That one's like
good.
That one takes you back. You're like, whoa. Yeah. And then so what is it? Apocalypse Company? Is that what it was?
Yeah, it's the Apocalypse Company.
Yeah. So they're the villains now, and they're trying to take over the town. And they send him on they send Toxie on a like red herring to Japan to go find his father. And while he's gone, Tromaville gets turned back into a hellhole. And all these bad things are happening to the citizens. They've been abandoned. Toxie's like hanging out with sumo wrestlers and like hanging out with this guy he thinks is his dad for some reason, just because he's been told that. It's just inane. But the one other highlight of this film is the what do you call it? Japanese food. Like there's the little fish cakes, and you get the fish cake nose spot, which is like pretty rad.
So I remember watching that, and I feel like. So when they clamp it on, the fish is facing one.
Yeah, like I know.
Facing
it's totally
the face,
facing the
and then
wrong
when it
way.
comes off, it's like the wrong way. And I was like, wait a minute.
Yeah. It's
wait a minute.
But it looks awesome.
Yeah, it's pretty gross. I thought you'd like that.
Yeah, that's pretty grotesque.
Yeah, there's also the scene where he's fighting like samurai, and he goes to the sushi shop, gets some starfish to throw at him, gets a swordfish to fight him with. All the great gags.
Yep.
All the big ones.
Yeah. And then he finishes up in Japan. He surfs back home to New York. And then he cleans up and takes care of the bad stuff that was going on. And you're like, okay, that's the end.
Yep.
But it's like weird because then Toxic Avenger Part 3 starts up and it's like, all that's been undone again.
It's all undone and it's like back to normal, and they even recycle a lot of the same footage. One scene that was recycled, which was my favorite, is when it's the evil scheming and there's that guy just fucking eating boiled eggs. He eats like 40 boiled eggs and it's in both movies, and I was like, what? I was like, that's something I actually really liked, and I was like, that's such a weird thing. Like whose idea was that? It was like, to show how evil this guy is, we're gonna have a scene with him just fucking plowing in boiled eggs. Because it's evil.
Was it Part 2 that had that like really crazy set piece with the car smashing into the horse-drawn carriage?
Maybe. Yeah, because it's in the opening fight, isn't it? Or is it in 3?
It's I know it's like in the middle of the movie.
I can't remember.
Yeah,
it's in one of the two.
It's one of the scenes where you're like just going along. You're like the bad guys are driving around because they're like, haha, we run this place. And then there's like this like couple that are just riding. I think it's Part 3. Maybe or 2. I don't know. It's coin toss. That like was like I had to rewind that because I was like, what the fuck? Because I was like, it's like obviously you're like, oh, it's a fake horse. I'm like, yeah, I was just wanting to make sure that it's like I'm pretty sure that would cost them too much money to kill a horse, and so Lloyd Kaufman being cheap,
ramifications.
Kaufman being cheap is like one of the saving graces, I think. And also Lloyd Kaufman's a vegetarian. I will mention that too. So
good.
Yeah,
good. What do you think he eats? Quinoa,
perhaps.
David Lynch style?
Whatever his chef makes him.
Sure.
Yeah.
Sure.
But yeah, these movies both aren't very good. I'd say 2 is better. 3, though, oh my God. It's so drawn out. So like
Yeah.
the leader of the Apocalypse Corporation is like the devil, I guess. He's just the devil.
He is just the devil in this, yeah.
And so that's where the last temptation of Toxie comes in, where it's like he's signed some contract, and so
To
Toxie
work.
becomes
Yeah.
bad for him, and he wants to break the contract, and so now he has to like do these feats, and so there's all these contests that are just like unfunny. Just
Earth, wind, fire, and air.
Yeah.
Or no, wait, I said that.
you get
water.
the school bus going up the cliff face.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's all that. I think like 3 has a couple cool scenes, like when the devil births himself out of the other body.
Yep.
That seems cool, and like I kind of get it where it's like the banality of life, where it's like Toxic Avenger. He has like a job, and they turn him into a Chad, where he's got his collar popped, and he's like, "We'll have brunch on the weekend, baby."
Yeah.
I also don't like 2 and 3 because of how chatty he is.
Oh, it's fun.
I like
and they don't do the dub voice thing.
Yeah,
I hate that.
It's just him talking.
He's just a guy talks like this, and it's like, ugh.
Yeah.
And then the other thing that pissed me off with part 3 was they didn't have Mark Torgo come back to play Melvin.
Well, you kind of explained that a little bit.
But it's like, it's such bullshit. It's like they had this like guy who's like, I'm just a regular person acting like a spaz. And it's just like, nah, this is bullshit. Like Melvin's so iconic for me. And then they just tossed it aside like a bad sequel. What a surprise. The other one, I think it's part 3 that also opens up with the video store brawl. With like the Jewish run Orthodox video store shop. Yeah.
Yeah, well, these movies have both been disowned by Lloyd himself.
Yeah, they get written out of the movies later on. So
in the first part, like the very opening of
Stanley.
Yeah, it's like 2 sequels that didn't count. Oh well. They're fine. But whatever.
I tried watching Tale of Two Sisters, directed by Adam Rifkin, and I gave up after 20 minutes. It's just off. Like it's nothing of note.
Is it like Toxic Avenger?
No, it's a different type of bad.
Well, it happens.
I watched Luther the Geek, though I watched that on YouTube, and the quality of it was so bad. I would actually love to watch the Vinegar Syndrome Blu-ray, but I did not have access to it. And even if I wanted to try to like emergency ship it to myself on Amazon, it was out of stock for the next 1 to 2 months. So that would have done me no good at all. But yeah, it didn't seem like a particularly interesting movie. It's like about a guy who is, how does it go? So it goes through the history of like being a geek in the sideshow. His father's killed. He saw his dad get killed, and now he's a psycho kid who bites people. Tears their throats out with his bare teeth, and he gets there's a nice scene with a parole board that lets him go, and like within like a day of being released, he kills an old woman, and then he's on the run. He goes out to a farmhouse and terrorizes people. That's it. That is the entire movie. It is one note. I don't know if being in like 1080p would improve it or not, but
it sounds horrible.
It sounds missable.
Yeah, I don't regret not watching that.
There's nothing there for you. Though I did watch one of the gems, which was 1991, Killer Nerd.
That sounds fun.
It is
fun,
strange, odd film.
Okay.
Have you seen American Splendor?
I believe so, with Paul Giamatti.
Yeah. Well, you remember like in that there's like the other guy, Toby Radloff.
Toby Hooper or Toby Jones?
Radloff.
Oh, no, I don't know who that guy is.
He's like
I'll check it out.
He's like Harvey Picar's friend who like they basically say it's like, oh, he's like has Asperger's, I guess. He's like the nerd character. He's like, I like pina coladas. That guy.
Yeah, okay.
Okay. So
gotcha.
The real guy, Toby Radloff, he was on like Letterman appearances with Harvey Picar back when. So he was kind of like this like minor like Z-level celebrity. And so these guys who made Killer Nerd, Mark Steven Bosco and Wayne Harold, they cast Toby to be the nerd in their movie. It's about a nerd who's sent over the edge and gets revenge on everybody. Maybe loved is a strong word for it, but I really enjoyed this movie. It has like that shot. It's a shot on video horror movie, and like the whole thing is just like hanging out with this like guy who's like, oh, I don't know how much of this is like a work and like how much of it is like legitimate
Just
as far
him?
as like him, like because it's him. I don't know if it's that far off. He's into comic books and he lives with his mother and he wants to go on a date. And there's like this real sadness. It borders on this thing about like how incels happen. And this
incels, Jared.
Yeah, this movie's got that like that vibe of like, is this like what a lot of incel type of dudes are? But I think
you tell me.
Toby, I think, has a bit more self-awareness than incel types want to think they have. But then the movie takes this ridiculous turn into like where he's now a slasher killer, but he's delivering his lines with zeal.
Well,
I dug it. Like this.
You dug it.
Yeah.
Well, you are an incel, so
weird.
What do you mean? What do you mean weird?
Weird. But yeah, Killer Nerd. I like this movie.
Good.
If you like shot on video horror stuff, I think this is a good addition to that type of vibe.
Mm-hmm.
You know what movie I did not like at all?
What's that, Jarrett?
1991's Sergeant Kabuki Man, NYPD.
Sergeant Kabuki Man.
So this was Kaufman's return to directing. And the idea, this movie is very cynically made, I'd argue, because it was like, hey, video game company wants us to develop an idea. We want to do something Japanese infused and a cop thing. Let's do that. And it'll be like a kid's show. And it feels like the weirdest like Power Rangers episode where like horrible violence happens out of the blue. Like for the most part, it's like pretty low key. It's got like this garbage cop who's just like, I'm a dumb cop and I'm really bad at my job and I don't shave and I don't even know how to handle my gun. But there's like mysticism happening. There's like some ancient Japanese curse that's playing out, and dumb cop just happens to go to a show and he gets possessed by this spirit and becomes the Kabuki Man who has to save the day. And he has powers sometimes, but he has to like have faith in himself. And there's like the Japanese woman that's teaching him how to do things, and they make love. So there's some love making scenes. But there's this one moment, like the I guess you'd say the highlight of this film is like, so he's like on like a tear of like, it's like a montage of him like fixing crime. And one of those crimes that he comes across is like a pimp who is like kind of like beating up his hoe. And then the hoe runs away, and then the pimp chases after him. But then the hoe like draws a gun on him, and then Sergeant Kabuki Man shows up. He then takes both of them, wraps them up in seaweed, and then chops them up into sushi.
What is the sushi connection to Sergeant Kabuki Man?
He's Japanese, you see.
Right. So are you saying this was actually a good thing, or are you?
I'm just saying, like,
pro Kabuki Man?
No, this movie sucked. But I'm saying that
scene?
one scene of like turning people into life-size sushi was like, oh, but I'm like, wait a minute, like, what did the prostitute have? Like, what was she doing so bad that she had to be murdered? Because there's like other people in this movie that don't get murdered, but they do. I was like, it's equal opportunity.
He was killing indiscriminately. Is what you're saying.
But for fun. Yeah, this movie, I had like, I guess, a certain expectation, I suppose, that I shouldn't have had.
Yeah, I don't know about that. Just my only input, and we'll get there, is after seeing Citizen Toxie, I'm glad I didn't watch Sergeant Kabuki Man.
It's so different, though. Like,
I'm sure it is, but
the type of character.
Just in general.
Because it's like, in Citizen Toxie, he's like this like failure loser.
Yeah.
In this, he's like the character, like the regular version of him is, but when he's Kabuki Man, he's like a superhero. He's not like this like sad drunk that like falls inside of unconscious women and impregnates them.
Well, we've all been there.
Have we?
I don't know. You tell me. You're the incel.
Let's make sure we don't want to skip. Oh, we know we skipped over Blades.
Yeah, we have Blades to talk about. I have 4 movies I can talk. I have a whole pile.
Go for it.
I got a chronological list here, baby. You want me to catch up?
Yeah, so now we're going on to the distribution side of things.
Okay, so first up, we have 1989's Blades. This movie has probably the worst letterboxed description I've come across, because it's 1, inaccurate, and then it's 2, it spoils the whole movie. So it starts off and it says, Happy Gilmore meets Maniac.
False.
False. It is neither of those movies. What this movie is Caddyshack meets Jaws. I would say would be a way more accurate interpretation on that.
Okay.
So then it like spoils it, and it's like this isn't like a prestige fucking film or anything like that, like where you would be like, oh, I didn't want that spoiled, but it's kind of like annoying because in the movie it is like it builds up to a surprise. So you have this golf course, and people start like dying on the golf course, and they're just finding like mangled bodies, and they're like, holy fuck, there's like a maniac on the loose. So the two golf pros, like a guy and a girl, they're there, and they're like, man, we got a golf tournament this weekend. We better cancel it. But the country club owner is like, we're not going to fucking cancel it. He's like, are you nuts? He's like, this is the only weekend of the year that we're like profitable. He's like, we're going to go through with it. So they do. They have the tournament, and then you find out what the killer is. So I'll spoil it here. Like it's like I said, it doesn't matter. I just found it annoying. It's a lawnmower, but it's like this industrial, like it's almost like a tractor mower, and it's like real old and rusty. This kind of reminded me of like the Mangler.
Yeah, one of the finest films.
One of the finest films. So like that's what I mean. If this was, I feel like Blades was written by Stephen King and directed by Tobe Hooper, but not on either account, because that's what this movie is. And it is literally a Jaws ripoff, where there's an old man who comes out and he's like, that was my dad's mower. I've been hunting it for years. And the mower has like balloons tied to it. So like Jaws with the fucking, the kegs, like trying to lift it up and stuff. So they're like hunting it, and they're in their van, and it's like kind of around them and stuff like that. This movie actually has like a couple decent gore bits where it's just people getting mangled. So I was into that. It has like the ultimate cheesy like denouement, Jarrett, where like the golf pro who has been struggling the last couple years has to like land this 1 in a million shot to like dismantle the beast. So it's got everything you would expect. It's not bad actually. Like I think describing it, you're like, oh, that doesn't sound good, but it's actually not that bad. I think this would be a fine Creeptober pick for someone who, I don't know, say you had a spot, it was like a sports movie or a golf movie or something for a horror movie. You're like, oh, let me check out Blades. This movie also has a pretty awesome quote where the old man is like, let's see you take a bite out of my ass. He's talking to the lawn mower, I guess. But I liked it. I thought that was really funny. So Blades isn't bad, my man. Blades is not bad.
It's just not great.
It's just not great. So next up for me, Jarrett, is Invasion of the Space Preachers from 1990. So this is a movie that's very odd. There's a lot of weird things that happen in this movie. So you have these two guys. Oh, it's directed by this guy named Daniel Boyd, who did another Troma movie called Chillers, which
that's an anthology.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
It's got a cool poster. It's like a bunch of ghouls on a bus. I wish I had watched that, but whatever. Invasion of Space Preachers is okay. So you have these two dudes that are like on this road trip, and it shows like they're like driving and they stop on the side of the road, and there's these guys. It's like, want to come see our museum? And they're like, okay. And they're like, what is it? They're like, it's a shit house. And they're like, okay. So they go out there, and it's just literally a house made out of shit. And they're like, come on in, boys. And then they come out and they're just covered in shit. And they're like, man, we shouldn't have went into the shit house. So it's like, there's like stuff like that happens in this. And you're like, weird. You're like, that's so, it's like, I don't know whose idea that was, but it's pretty fun. So anyways, they get to this like cabin in the woods, and a spaceship crashes, and it's an alien, and it's just like Star Trek looking alien thing, like a squid head kind of deal. And they're like, oh shit, we should help this thing out. But then they're like, we'll come back tomorrow. So they leave, and then they come back and it's gone. But there's like this babe, blonde lady, but it turns out that was the alien. And she's like, this is as close to my true form, in human form that I could be. So they're like, all right, well, we'll hang out with this lady then. And then what happens is there's a bunch of like Bible thumpers around that are like, we gonna get them aliens. You have a nice scene in a convenience store where a guy goes, "This is America, son, land of the free, and the home of Donald Trump." And for 1990, I was like, oh boy. So there's that. So like the preacher men want to kill the alien. Alternatively, on the other side of town, there's aliens also hunting this rogue alien. The alien's trying to get back home. These guys meet like this commando-y dude who like shows them how to use guns and stuff. This movie's all over the fucking map, Jarrett, is what I'm trying to tell you. It's not bad. It's not like, that's a long way to say it's not bad. Like, I don't know. I had fun with it, but I wouldn't recommend this to anybody. So I don't know if that's good or like.
No, it's not.
Like, I don't know. Like, I think I don't know. It had enough like weird, quirky things in it, like the shit house and I don't know. There was like some stuff, but it's I gave this a 3, which looking back is a little generous. Mm-hmm. This is a 2.5 for sure. So that's Space Preachers. Do you want to hear about some more movies, Jarrett?
Yeah, just tell me about these barbarian movies.
Well, funny you should say, because up next is Time Barbarians.
Yeah.
From 1990, from Joseph John Barrymore, whatever that means. This movie has an awesome fucking idea, but it doesn't execute very well. So you're in like barbarian days, and you have basically Conan and Red Sonja. And they lead this tribe of like barbarians, and it's just like super beefy dudes and like beefy ladies, and they're walking around fucking everybody up, and they got hot abs and all that. And you're like, that's cool. And then there's talk of like sorcery and things like that. Like this girl has an amulet that like keeps her safe. So what happens is this rival tribe of barbarians like pounces on all the women as they're bathing. So the lead lady doesn't have her safety amulet. And they rape them all, Jarrett.
Oh.
And then they kill them. Oh. And you're like, holy fuck. So then our lead barbarian comes back, and he's just like, what the fuck? He finds the amulet. Or no, wait, the amulet was taken by the lead bad guy, and he's now like invincible and immortal. And so a sorcerer comes and is like, listen, that dude's got the amulet, and he is now unstoppable. What I'm going to do is send you, it's like that bad guy went ahead in time. He's now in the 90s. I'm going to send you there too. Go find him and kill him, and then you can come back. And this is like halfway through the movie, and you're like, fuck, that sounds cool. So now he gets like transported to the 90s, and he's just like in his Conan gear, and he's walking around finding people that are trying to rape other people. And he's just like fucking them up with his sword and stuff, and he's looking for the evil warlock. And it all sounds really good. But the majority of this movie is just people like sitting around. Like it's just dudes just like sitting there talking about shit, or not even talking. It's just like, it's like this dude and his, like the main barbarian and his buddy, and they're just like sitting by a campfire for like 3-4 minutes. And you're like, all right, you going to do something? And they don't. So I think Time Barbarians is like a bit of a missed opportunity, because it could have been super wicked, and I actually really like the story, but it doesn't really go anywhere. So another movie, Jarrett, also from 1990, is called A Nymphoid Barbarian in Dinosaur Hell, from Brett Piper, who looks like he has dabbled in some shitima, as you would call it. It looks like he's dabbled. So this is another case where I believe Troma changed the name of this movie, and not for the better, because I think this movie is like almost good, but the name is so misleading that I think it would, like, people who would actually like this kind of movie would probably be turned off by it. So it opens, and there's this girl, and she's talking, and she's like, it's pretty hard being a nymphoid in dinosaur hell. And it's like, that's weird that she would talk like that, but that never comes up again. So this movie is like kind of like a Mad Max dystopian, where it's like fallout from radiation. There's like cave people walking around, and they find like lighters and Zippos and like old coloring books and cars and shit like that. And then there's like mutants that are also walking around, like fighting the normies. Then you also have stop motion dinosaurs You have bog creatures. You have like all these like monsters, and actually like the monsters, like not the stop motion dinosaurs, but there are actually some like practical effect monsters, and they look pretty good. I actually like them quite a bit. But like that again, like that's it. That's all this movie is. Like it's mostly just this girl walking around like avoiding the ever-present threat of rape, which is just everywhere. Like everywhere she goes, someone tries to rape her.
So regarding the title, this Brett Piper Alex Perney production was originally called Lost Fortress. We tagged on a new scene at the beginning, announcing this mythic land is Tromaville of the future, and changed the title to something Andrew Lloyd Webber might want to someday redo as a musical. That Kaufman jokes.
Mm-hmm.
We also changed the name of one of the dinosaurs to a Tromasaurus.
Yeah, that's the other thing. Like she says this is Tromaville, so this is an official Tromaville film.
Unofficial. Lloyd Kaufman didn't direct it, so.
Oh, okay. Well, it is it's unofficial Tromaville then, I guess. But yeah, no, it's too bad. It's like it's another like this. There's one more Sword and Sorcery I watched. I'll get to later, and it's like they're not bad. It's just
they're not good.
They're just not good. Yeah, like I actually kind of like them better than some of the other Troma stuff I watched. It's just they didn't do enough of what made them okay.
Well, just tell me about Wizards of the Demon Sword.
All right, I'll tell you about
wrap up this trilogy.
Okay, so I did watch Wizards of the Demon Sword, which was 91, from our boy Fred Olen Ray. This movie is along the same lines. So we actually have stop motion dinosaurs again in this thing. So it's like all these sword and sandal and sorcery people walking around. You have men, you have women. They sometimes come upon a dinosaur and they kill it. There's roving bands of rapist men everywhere. And you have like our hero, he meets this damsel in distress. And she's like, well, the bad guys like kidnapped my dad. And he's like, that's fucked up. Let's go get him back. So they like go to get him. And then like she gets kidnapped. And then this guy meets a different bandit guy who's like a sword fighter. Like, you know, that old shtick. So now good guy and sword fighter guy bandit they go to storm the castle to get the people back. Big bad guy is this like Mitt Romney looking fucking dude. And he needs to like sacrifice her because she's a princess to give him powers. He like shoots shit out of his fingers every now and then. And that's it. That's kind of all this movie is. It's got some fun stuff. The one thing that I kind of like about it is it's like Fred Olen Ray in general, where I think it's really played straight, but it's also aware of being like a shit movie where like people like it takes place in this dinosaur time, but people will be like, they don't say this specifically, but things like this, they're like, oh, I didn't get that facts. They'll like drop like dialogue that's like present day back then, and they just go with it. They're like, whatever, we'll just keep going with this. So it's that, and then there's like, it's like super hilariously bad costumes where it's like these guys like they just brought what they were wearing and they like ripped it up a little bit, like stuff like that. So I don't know. There's some admiration to what old Fred Olen Ray does with this stuff. It's I. It's I like none. That's the thing. None of them are good, and none of them are like actively bad. Where you're like, fuck that movie. It's just I don't know. They're there. They're movies, man. You know. I
know. Hey, how about They Call Me Macho Woman?
Okay, so They Call Me Macho Woman is another. It's okay. This one's not bad. So talking about the ever-present threat of rape, this movie's fucking wild too. So you have this lady. Okay, sorry, I gotta start over. So you see this like compound of drug people, and they're led by this guy named Mongo, and they're all making cocaine. So Mongo, Jarrett, they find out that one of the guys on the compound was like stealing some of the coke. So Mongo puts on this like BDSM leather strap on his head, and it's got this huge fucking unicorn spike. And like his preferred method of killing people is just ramming his head into them with like this leather helmet on. So that's Mongo. He's pretty cool. He's like a really big dude. He kind of looks like that bald UFC fighter that was in Here Comes the Boom? That doesn't matter. Whatever. So he looks like an old retired UFC fighter. So that happens.
Randy Couture?
No, not Randy Couture. He's in Here Comes the Boom with
No.
Kevin James.
Okay, just continue.
Okay, so anyways, so you get introduced to those people. That's cool. And then you see this lady, and she's being driven out to like a little cottage next to these people's compound by a realtor because she's like interested in buying it. She's like a businesswoman. I think the tagline for this is "Born to shop, she learned to kill." So that tells you what you need to know. So they're being driven out there, and they just like casually pass some of these people. And so Mongo is like, fuck that shit. We got to go get that broad. So they go and they like run the car off the road. And then what happened? The rest of the movie is like her running away from these people. So this movie definitely has some some dips where a lot of it is her running away. And that stuff's kind of boring. But then what it gets to is like kind of awesome like schlocky stuff. And like, so she's running away at one point and she gets picked up by these bros and they're like, yeah, we'll give you a ride, lady, no problem. So they like pull her in the back and then they try to rape her, of course. But then they get ran off the road by Mongo's goons. And then one of these guys, like the guy, Mongo's goon, like shoves his head through a window of the car and then puts his like face on the bottom part where it's all the shards of glass. And then he like curb stomps him on the window. And you're like, holy fuck. You're like, I didn't see that shit coming. Like, that was a pretty gruesome kill for this like macho woman movie. So she runs away again and she gets to this cabin and then she turns into macho woman. There's like this like montage scene where she's doing like a mix between leather work and like iron work where she's like, she puts like she finds these two axes, cuts them down into hatchets and like chrome plates the blades. And then she also has like, she gets these like leather harnesses and she puts like nails in them and shit. And she finds this bullwhip and she's like, you know what? Fuck this Mongo guy. I'm going to go get him. So she goes to fight them. And like all of a sudden she's just like fucking a beast. So she's throwing these hatchets into people. And then she uses the bullwhip to grab the hatchet and like whip it back to her so she can like reload her hatchets. So she's throwing hatchets at people. We got Mongo and his drug cartel and they're doing stuff. And she like the rest of them, like the last half hour is just her killing people, which is pretty cool. So yeah, it's a wild movie, Jarrett. Are you interested in They Call Me Macho Woman? I mean,
mildly.
It's on YouTube, so you could watch it at 1.5 speed. Ooh. And then you wouldn't mind her running around. There's other stuff like the drug cartel's like not even really that important. But there's a lot of threatened rape in this thing.
Don't they all have that though at this point?
Honestly, most of them do. Yeah.
Yeah.
Most of them do.
Well, moving right along. Class of Nukem High 2, Sub-Humanoid Meltdown.
Oof.
My only real note here regarding this movie from my old review was like, that was an unexpected Twin Peaks reference. So yeah, there's like one bit where Brick Bronski as his character, was it Roger Smith? Wow. He's like he has like a little tape recorder and he's always saying Diane. And I'm like, what the hell? Why is this in this movie?
Diane?
Yeah. I don't remember too much about this movie anymore.
I do.
Okay.
So it starts off at the end of the movie and then it backtracks. So you have this guy, he's at like this college and he's like a beefcake, but like he can't get a girlfriend. Yeah. He's Brick Bronski. And he's also trying to like crack the world wide open. And what it's like full blown mutants now at the college, which is like cool enough, I guess. And then underneath the college, like in the underground, you have this like lady who's experimenting with kids or like alien mutants or whatever. And they all have like teeth, mouths on their stomachs. Right. So like she tricks people to like have sex with them and they'll be like, ooh, it's like you have two mouths. You're kissing me all over. Right. And it's like, okay. So there's like that, and then Rick Bronski falls in love with one of the mutants. What do they call them? Subhumans in this movie.
Yep.
So he falls in love with one of her, but then they find out that like they're volatile. So after a couple weeks, they like melt. So he's trying to save her, but then also a squirrel gets infected. So you have a kaiju moment in this where there's a giant squirrel, and that's like the end where the giant squirrel is like stomping on the college, and then all the mutants are like either revolting and killing people or they're melting. And he's just in the middle trying to get his girl.
Yeah, so coming off of Class of Nukem High being one of the pinnacle films in Troma, this movie's terrible.
Yeah, it's not very good at all. Like, that stuff all sounds cool, but it's got like a lot of shit. Like, there's like gangs of like rollerblading kids, and you're like, whatever. And then there's like floating heads going around, and you're like, I don't give a shit. Like, yeah, this movie kind of stinks.
Kind of stinks.
Well,
RJ, I took the bullet and I watched Class of Nukem High 3, The Good, The Bad, and The Subhumanoid. This movie is just dreadful. It is so goddamn boring. The first 20-25 minutes of this are just like recapping the climax cliffhanger conclusion that we didn't get from part 2. And it's just like, you don't need any of that. It takes place now in the future. And now Rick Bronski has a son who looks exactly like Rick Bronski. And he has a twin brother that came out of the, like, child womb that's being raised on the other side of the humanoids. It is just absolutely just dog shit.
I started it. I got 10 minutes into it, and it was just recap of the second movie, and I was like, I don't care.
Yeah, so our boy Eric Lozel, director of Lust for Freedom, and both of these, and the one I didn't get to, Fortress of America. He really likes the voiceover narration. He likes that to fill in gaps. It's awful. This movie is just the shits.
Good.
Yeah, it's
moving on.
Moving right along here as we hit that 3-hour mark. RJ, you watched some science fiction pastiche films, it looks like.
Okay, so Vegas in Space by Philip R. Ford is one of the worst movies I've watched all month. It starts off with this spaceship, and they're like traveling to planet Clitoris or something.
Sounds about right. Yep.
And it's an all-male crew, and they're like, well, only females are allowed on this planet. So they all take a pill to change their gender. And then they arrive there, and it is a burlesque show in Vegas. I'm not going to lie to you, Jarrett. I fast-forwarded through a substantial amount of this. It reminded me a lot of Rocky Horror Picture Show, but it was also just like, it was literally just like a drag club, whereas men dressed up like women doing like songs. And I was like, I'm sure this is for somebody, but it's not for me. Like, not, and like, but it was actually like, it was real bad. It was real bad.
Is it just footage of people doing drag stuff? Like, is that
no?
Or is there an actual story?
It's actual story, but it's like, it'll be like the women flying cars, and they're like, I don't know who gave me a license, and they're like crashing into shit. So, yeah, I was like, nuh-uh.
This sounds like actually, this does sound like an RJ pick, but
it does. Well, kind of like, do you want to hear about? I'm getting a little bit ahead, but do you want to hear about Space Zombie Bingo while I'm at it?
Might as well. It's right now.
Do them all.
Do it.
Space Zombies Bingo is the worst movie I've watched all month, Jarrett.
It is the worst, as opposed to Vegas in Space.
Vegas in Space is third worst, and then Rock and Roll Space Patrol is second worst, and Space Zombie Bingo is worst. So this is like a riff on 50s sci-fi.
Yep.
And it is the most try-hard fucking gutter bullshit trash I have seen. It's so like... So it's like aliens come to the planet, and then they resurrected the dead, like Plan 9 style, I guess. And then like the dead are zombies, and they're fighting people, and it's like the aliens' fault. But every like 5 minutes, it'll cut to a news report, and it'll be like, this is just horrifying. It's like, this is real life. You are definitely not watching a movie. It is not a Troma movie right now. This is not what you're doing. And if it were a movie, maybe you would enjoy watching it and come along for the ride. That happens like 19 fucking times in this movie, where and it'll be like a mannequin in a grave, and they'll be like, this is a completely real body. That is not a mannequin in that grave. That is a 100% real human. Ugh. So it's like super try hard stuff like that, and you're just kind of like, this fucking sucks, like real bad, Jarrett. Real bad. So that movie's fucking horrible. I cannot stress enough how bad it is. Rock and Roll Space Patrol, equally bad, by a guy named Jim Boltus. It's like this guy driving around in a car, and he's an alien, and he's just like this fat dude who wanted to make a karate movie. So like alien people like will pop up, and they'll be like, "Pyah!" and they'll like fight karate for a little bit, and then he'll shoot his like little ray gun at them. Like this is a movie that was definitely, they just filmed on like a camcorder and then sold to, or like gave to Troma. It is pretty bad, Jarrett. Pretty bad.
So it sounds like part of this like weird thing that Troma was trying to do was get these like science fiction movies off the ground. Because there's the one that I just gave up on. It's called Super Starlet AD. Now, this movie, I suspect, though, is actually like way better made than the ones you're just talking about.
Well, probably.
But man, nothing I hate more in a lot of culture stuff that is like in my wheelhouse, assumedly, is like burlesque stuff. I think it is the lamest,
the lowest
shit.
Form of art.
It sucks. I don't find it interesting at all. There's people who are like really into like rockabilly, and it's like, oh yeah, it's like, hey, I'm a pretty girl, I'm gonna have bangs and 50 style haircut, and that's enough. And it's like, no, it's not enough, but for some people it is. And then there's like the burlesque stuff where it's like, I'm just gonna dance around, but it's not stripping. And that's enough too. But it's just like
doing
it's so superficial. It's so uninteresting. I just stopped watching it. I see some people like love this movie, but those people are also really into like this aesthetic and enjoy it. I just hate it. The people in my life that are really into this stuff, this is all they're into, and it's like, nope.
Yeah, and that's exactly what I mean too. I was like, I'm sure this is for somebody, but I don't get anything out of this. Like, this is just painful to fucking watch. Amazingly, all three of those movies were worse than Alien Blood, which should have been the worst Alien movie I watched all month. But all three of those were worse because they're just like garbage fucking movies.
Awesome.
Alien Blood. So this is where I started a new tag where on the proper Oliver Granger was talking about tropes. You know what's a good trope? Bad guys eating apples with a knife.
Yeah. So
this has one of those. This movie is... Oof, baby. So you have this like blonde lady in sunglasses, and she has this little kid, and they like it's actually like surprising how restrained they tried to be in this movie. Like they're going for art house type stuff on here. Like there's very, very little dialogue in this movie at all. And until a certain part. So it's like this lady and this kid walking around, and it shows you how badass she is, because like they see a farmer and he grabs her ass and she flips him. And then it'll like, you see that there's like this group of government agents hunting them, and then they kill the kid. And there's a lot of squibs actually in this thing. Lots of squibs. So they kill the kid, and then it cuts. If you've seen the poster, it is like pretty horrifically rendered alien graphics. It actually cuts to that in the movie. So once the kid dies, it cuts to the woman, and she's this alien screaming. So she's trying to get back home, but she can't. And then her alien son dies. So she keeps running, and she encounters a little cottage that's full of actual vampires, Jarrett. Real life vampires.
Okay.
So you like, I was actually like super confused for a minute, because it just cuts to like this thing of vampires, and I was like, wait a minute. I was like, where the fuck did these vampires come from? And it's like a vampire teleplay for 20-30 minutes. And then, so she comes in, she takes over the vampires, and then the military guys come and they kill everyone basically. And then the aliens come and they make the military guy kill himself. And while he's putting his own shotgun to his head, he goes, "You gotta be fucking with me here, boys," because he just can't believe it. So there's like lots of stuff like that. And then this thing has the fucking audacity. The tagline on the poster is "The truth is out there." So that's just blatant fucking copyright infringement on the X-Files. But yeah, and amazingly, Jarrett, this movie was not as bad as Vegas in Space, as Rock and Roll Space Patrol, and as Space Zombie Bingo. So bad movies, hey?
Bad movies. Getting back on track a little bit, we jumped around there. Cannibal, the musical.
The musical.
Trey Parker's child, formerly known as Alfred Packer, the musical. But no one knew who Alfred Packer was. So they changed it. They gussied it up to Cannibal. So this is actually the second time I've seen this one. One of the few movies I've seen beforehand. I really have no fondness for this movie. No, I like South Park. I remember being super into that show. Love that movie. It's like amazing movie. But this is very much a student film made with like, a single camera. Yep. The compositions, the way it's shot are never very good. It's kind of weird at times, like hearing the Trey Parker's voice of like South Park characters pop up off to the side, off camera. But the songs are like, I find really uninspired. I've always been like, I think they're like not great. There's like a couple of things that are like funny about this film. Like there are, but it's just like not great at all. I don't know, what can I say about Cannibal the Musical? So it's like a story about like,
I don't know, what can you say about Cannibal the Musical?
A man has been accused of being a cannibal, eating the flesh of his fellow travelers traveling through Colorado. But we find out that perhaps that's not the whole truth. And Trey Parker, the main character here, he tells a story to a journalist, his side of the story. And we get the musical interludes throughout the film. We get acquainted with the expression spladoinkle.
Spladoinkle?
Yeah. We have the short man from Basketball, Diane Baker.
Squeak?
Diane Baker. I don't know how his name's actually pronounced. But Squeak.
Jarrett.
He's here. He just wants to get laid before he dies. And he's very sad that he doesn't. I don't know. There's like nothing really to talk about much. Trey Parker wants his horse back. His horse runs off with some like French Canadian trappers, or a man named Frenchie at least.
I'm surprised because I thought you were really into the South Park thing, which you said you were. I thought you would have liked this more. I thought Cannibal was fine. Like I enjoy their humor. I never really got super into South Park as a TV show, but Basketball is one of my favorite fucking movies of all time. So
see, I don't like that movie either.
Yeah, but see, you're a bad person.
See, make me the South Park movie outstanding, and Team America's okay, but
Basketball is a 5-star film, Jarrett. Yeah, well, you just don't know sports, man.
I guess not.
Yeah, no, I thought Cannibal the Musical was good. I mean, it's not anything. I don't know. I'm not going to watch it again, but I thought it was a lot better than some of the other shit I've watched this month.
Well, yeah, sure.
Hands down.
Sure.
Yeah, no, I like Trey Parker and Matt Stone. I like their whole shtick.
Yep.
Moving on.
I think things are going to get heated here.
Oh, yeah, I agree.
Tromeo and Juliet.
Not that good.
I think it's the best movie that Troma's ever made.
Not that good.
It's outstanding.
It's fine.
It's hilarious.
It's kind of gross.
Yeah.
Yeah, I believe it is a gross film. So why don't you tell me why you like it, and I'll tell you why you're wrong.
No. Tromeo is fantastic. It is gross, but like the violence in this movie is like, it like got to me at times where I was like, Jesus, like when what was it, James Gunn's like brother is like the weird incest pest brother. His head gets banged across a fire hydrant, and just this like open wound just opens up. It's like, whoa. It's like horrifying. No, I think this movie illustrates a generational divide. This movie,
Really?
yes, I think so. I think there's a rift there. This is a movie that I wish I had seen when it came out. I can't believe it's taken me 23 years to get around to watching it, because this movie is like so up my alley. It's got the right amount of like weird, gross humor to it that like works in a way that the other Troma stuff, the other Kaufman stuff doesn't do. The problem with this though is like after this, it's diminishing returns from here, because it seems like they hit on this like level of like absurdity in this 90s sort of way that like when they start making Terror Firmer and stuff like that, it's like it's such a step down. But like this is like that high watermark to me. This is like I like this movie. I think it's better than Toxic Avenger or Class of Nukem High. This is my number one pick. Just because I was like,
it's fine to be wrong, but whatever.
Sure.
Keep telling me more. About
it's
Tromeo.
fine. You go ahead. You just talk.
Well, no, I'm
bad.
sure.
No, go ahead.
A lot of people really like Tromeo. Yeah. I think Tromeo and Juliet is gross.
Yeah.
I don't like it. I think it's like, well, that's not fair. I like parts of it, but on the whole, I was kind of just on the butthole. I was like, I don't really like this like sex torture dungeon that this father has set up for his like daughter.
Really?
That's weird.
You don't. That's
yeah.
What a shocking take. You don't like the gross incest dad dungeon? You're surprised by this?
Well, I know it's there for people not to like, but I was kind of like, why is it there at all? I was like, it's gross, and I don't get anything out of this. I don't know why anyone would. So I thought that was weird. I thought like some of the stuff, I actually think this is some try-hard stuff in here, Jarrett. Some of that try-hard bullshit that you're such a fan of.
But you are also a try-hard edgelord.
I am too. Yeah, everyone is. But I don't know. It's just like some of the stuff, I feel like it's either like so on the nose or it's like so over the top that, and this is where I really start to take a turn, because when we get to Terror Firmer, it's the same fucking shit where you were like, I feel like you were kind of like on board with that movie. And like within 10 minutes, I was like, fuck this movie. I was like, I don't want to watch this at all. So I don't know. Like, I feel like Tromeo is not like that. Like, I still think Tromeo has some redeeming qualities to it, but I was just kind of like, why do people fucking like this so much? I really don't get it. This is where
it's a great movie, RJ.
I'm the Jarrett right now, where you're how the RJ. When you watch a popular movie and you're like, I don't know why people like this. No. I'm not really sure why people like Tromeo and Juliet. Like, I think it's
actually funny. It's got a great cast. It's got really weird, dark visuals, like Dad's sex dungeon. I was like watching, and I was like, "Oh, this is just like the weird cube in Twin Peaks season 3." There's these weird, odd connections sometimes between David Lynch and Lloyd Kaufman that I'm like really like confused by, because I'm like, I don't feel like I feel like Lloyd Kaufman would not be a David Lynch fan, but that's it. I think this movie has like the strongest hand of James Gunn, who also directed the movie Super, which I think is fantastic, and you also are not that big a fan of.
I thought Super was fine. That's
another difference though. Like, I don't know, there's something about like James Gunn, like before he started making Guardians of the Galaxy and stuff like that, this Slither and stuff like that.
Yeah. I like Slither. I like Slither, but I thought Super was like okay.
See, I don't know. That's the difference I think there too. Is like I think Tromeo and Juliet and Super are very for me very similar. Like the ridiculousness, the how like far it goes, like with Bible Man and stuff like that. That is all like a Troma trope.
Yeah.
And
next you're gonna tell me Brightburn is like the next big thing.
I don't think it's going to be, but I think it's already fizzled out as everyone goes, oh.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's fine. I don't like, it's like I said, it seems like most people really like Tromeo and Juliet. Like, it's usually the top between Toxic Avenger and whatever third people. Like, we have Nukem High there, but I think other people are debatable. But people seem to really like Tromeo and Juliet, and I thought it was fine. It's just, I also thought it was gross.
Yeah, because you're a prude.
Yes, I am.
Yeah.
Yeah, totally.
Who likes butts and dumps and
but nothing sexual ever.
Ever.
That's where I draw the line. No,
aren't you the incel then?
No, well, I'm not like violent about it. I just think no
No,
one
well,
should do it.
it's an involuntary. Or I guess if you're voluntarily celibate, you are
Yeah,
a volaseb.
sure.
Yeah.
I think I'm just like a normal guy who doesn't want to see like sex dungeons, but whatever.
Well, you like Room. Room is entirely set in
Yeah,
a sex dungeon,
that's true.
so you're a liar.
Well, I don't know, Jarrett. My point is,
You don't.
I
You have
think
to, your
Tromeo and Juliet is
boundaries.
like, yeah, I think it's like fine, but I don't know, man. Like I watched 36 fucking Troma movies. I think there's like 6 that I actually like. No, maybe 10.
That's better than Full Moon.
That is better than Full Moon. Yeah.
It's RJ.
So,
After
yeah.
being bowled over by Tromeo and Juliet, I
Uh-huh.
watched another movie that like surprisingly bowled me over. Killer Condom, which came out the same
Yeah, what's
year.
up with this?
So this movie, okay,
Uh-huh.
it is a Belgian film. No, sorry, no, this is German. This is also German. All German cast. It is set
Okay.
in New York City. Everyone speaks German. The movie is subtitled. And it is about a detective who has stumbled upon a series of dicks being bit off by condoms.
Cool.
And it's played completely straight.
Yeah.
It is shot beautifully. It is the best shot Troma movie distributed or made easily. It's kind of it was maybe a shocking thing to like come across this because like most of these movies are like not very well lit or anything like that. This movie has like a real atmosphere to it. It was like, what is this? Feels like a real movie, but at the same time, it's also about condoms that bite off dicks.
Of course.
Yeah, so the movie just follows. Yeah, there's this cop. He looks kind of like a Bob Hoskins, and we get to see in silhouette. He's got a 12.5-inch cock that
Oh, good.
yeah, that he likes to fuck young men with. His 'cause
Okay.
he is a gay man. But so he's going to these sleazy hotels, or this one sleazy hotel, and yeah, there's these people who keep getting their dicks bit off, and it's like, well, that can't be true. That's impossible. But it turns out that there's some sort of conspiracy made by some religious people who hate sex. RJ, I don't know if this is like getting too close to home for you.
Well, I'm on board with that.
Yeah,
I'm all
see,
for that.
Yeah, so there's this thing. It's like, 'cause originally it's like all like poor people, and no one cares about that. But it's then the president's dick gets bit off.
What do they do then?
Well, then people are like, "What the hell? We got to get this case solved." Yeah, this movie is baffling. It's too long. It's like it could be like probably like a good 20 minutes shorter because like it feels like the climax comes right at the right time, but then it keeps going.
Yeah.
But yeah, I was just like, what the fuck? What is this movie? Like, why does this movie exist? But it's like, again, it's like so well made, like just on a technical level. And it's like, it doesn't have the ridiculous Troma elements to it, I guess, beyond the fact that it's about a killer condom. Actually, it's a bunch of killer condoms. And they all like kind of, they all go across the floor. Yeah. There's some bad decision making going on, I think. Taking a condom that isn't in a wrapper and putting it on your body. I think that's like a bad miss.
Well,
but
I mean, it depends. I usually put one on whenever I leave the house.
that's,
You never know.
you never know.
You never know. I put one on before we did the podcast just in case.
Just in case you fall into something.
Well, yeah, I don't want to kabuki man it.
That's right.
You know.
But yeah, Killer Condom is interesting. I also watched the Toxic Crusaders, the movie, which is
the cartoon?
a smash up of like 3 or 4 episodes into one movie.
Cool. Was it fun?
It's exactly what you'd expect of like weird, like Lloyd Kaufman. Yes, I'll take your money. Let's make a cartoon out of it. Let's get the brand out there, brand ambassador, and it's got the like. It turns into a Saturday morning cartoon. I have no idea what the end goal of this would have been. Yeah, you should watch my Troma movies. It's like, these are the least kid-friendly things imaginable.
Allegedly.
But hey, there was money to be made, and it lasted like 13 episodes. So
It's more than we have.
well, hey, we're at almost 150.
What, episodes?
Yeah.
Yeah, but how many people did that cartoon reach, do you think?
I don't know. It's impossible to say. I'll talk about that on another documentary. But RJ, you visited Jefftown.
So it's come full circle, Jarrett. One of the first movies you talked about on the podcast, like first month at least, Jefftown. This is a 58-minute Troma documentary.
Distributed.
But a man named Jeff,
yes,
who has Down syndrome. He likes wrestling. He likes beer, apparently. And I think everyone in Jeff's life is really shitty to Jeff. And I have a real issue with this. There's a couple people who are nice to him, but I feel like the filmmakers were out to get Jeff, Jarrett. And I'm not okay with that. Because they really suck. So you see Jeff, and he's a guy with Down syndrome. Like, he's just living his life. And then you meet his co-workers and stuff like that, and his boss is like, yeah, he's kind of in love with this one girl, and he's like, she humors him, and she's like okay about it. And then he proposed once, and he's like, I really didn't like that because the jewelry store really took advantage of him, so I made them return his money. And I was like, that's nice that he did that. And then it cuts to the girl, and I don't know if this was her actual way of being, or if maybe the filmmakers are like, hey, ask him about this or ask him about that. But she's really teasing him about being in love with her. And she's like, well, we were going to get married, but then you cheated on me. And he's like, no, I didn't. And she's like, yeah, you cheated on me. And, you have all those pornos under your bed. And he's like, no. And she's like, what about those pornos, Jeff? What are you going to do with all those pornos? What do you do when you look at those pornos? And he's just like, no. And you feel really bad. You're just like, holy fuck, lady, leave him alone. I don't know what Jeff is outside of it, but I felt really bad. I was like, man, this lady's berating him on the fact that he looks at porn. It's not his fault. Everyone does it. So there was that. And then there's one guy, this real piece of shit guy, who's like, you know what? He's like, I don't think Jeff is a hard R. I don't think Jeff is has Down syndrome. I think he's manipulating people. The way he acts, he's like, I would never be able to act like that. Sure, I'd love to go in places and get free beers and just touch people. He's like, but I can't do that. So he's like, I just really think that it's unfair. And it's like, what? It's like, does this guy not know what's going on here? So Jefftown's a weird movie, Jarrett, because I was just like, man, are they making fun of Jeff?
This is that to me is hashtag unrateable. Jefftown.
Unrateable? Yeah. Jefftown's pretty fucking unrateable.
But how about that wrestling action?
Yeah, I wish there was more. I wish there was more scenes of Jeff hanging out and watching his wrestling and stuff, I don't know. I've been known to look into things a little too much, but I did find the people were kind of shitty to Jeff, and I was like, well, that sucks. It's not his fault. It's not his fault he acts like that. Why? It's no normal person would act like that. It's yeah, he has a fucking mental impairment. He's got a genetic abnormality. Jefftown.
Yeah, everyone's going to take that trip one day.
Hey, do you want to hear about a different 1998 film with an interesting title?
Yeah, I do.
So I watched a movie, Jarrett, called Fag Hag. And it has Will Wheaton in it. One of my most hated fucking actors on the planet. So this movie...
He kind of looks like Euron Greyjoy.
No, he doesn't. Nobody looks like Will Wheaton. Definitely not me. I don't look like Will Wheaton. Okay? So there's a huge description of this. Only 21 people have this logged on Letterboxd. A gay drifter whose ambition is to make it big as the world's first white HIV positive rap star, T-Cell. The two make friends. Oh, wait, there's someone else. When Destiny meets Scott Bushy. Okay. Doesn't fucking matter. It's this girl. She's annoying and she wants to be a star. And she meets this guy who's also annoying and he wants to be a star. And she says that, gays are kind of like a disease. And I think maybe I'm the cure. So she tries to change this gay man, convert him back. Mm-hmm. And then she realizes that's not what it's about. She's actually a fag hag, which is a girl who's friends with lots of gay men. Mm-hmm. This is an hour of my life I can't get back. That's all I can say. Like,
That's good.
I can't get it back, but I did it for the podcast. And now you know that fake egg is exactly what you would expect.
I guess I'm glad that hour translated to a minute.
A minute of talking about it?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I did watch it at 2 times speed, so it was only a half an hour.
So,
and I was eating breakfast at the time. But I did watch, and it was horrible.
How about Butt Crack, RJ?
It's one of the best movies I've seen all year. Legitimately. Do you want me to tell my hilarious true story, or should I just direct people to the letterbox?
They can just read that letterbox review.
Yeah, it's blowing up, that review. So here's the story of Butt Crack. Butt Crack opens, and you have 2 roommates, and you see that one roommate's trying to get with his girlfriend, but the other roommate, Wade, is always kind of around, and he's just like this really sloppy piece of shit. He's like always really gross, and he's like, what are you guys doing? You want to hang out? Want to play Atari? And he'll be like, burp, 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 and he's like, I'm gonna do some laundry, and he'll like pick up a shirt, and he'll bend over, and his like whole ass is out, and the girlfriend's always like, ugh. Like, she's like, this guy's fucking disgusting. And the roommate's like, yeah, I know, he's fucking gross. He's like, I wish I didn't live here either. He's like, maybe next month I'll move out or something like that. So Wade's always like in the way. And then like, so the roommate's friend is like, okay, I'll pick him up. I'll take him to a movie so that you can actually hang out with your girlfriend. And he's like, that sounds awesome. Thanks. So the guy picks him up, and then he takes him out, and the guy's like trying to do Wade a solid. He's like, dude, did you ever realize that like your butt is fucking out all the time? He's like, did you not realize that your butt crack's out? And Wade is like, he's like, what are you, a fag? Are you coming on to me? Are you one of them gay boys? He's like, let me out right now. He's like, I knew you were always gay. I knew you were coming on to me. So he gets like let out, and he walks back home. Other roommates with his girlfriend, they're hanging out. Wade comes in, and he like surprises them, and his butt crack is out. Girlfriend pukes everywhere. And Wade's like, I don't know what you guys are freaking out about. So Wade's like, I'm going to go take a bath. So Wade goes to take a bath. And then what happens is the roommate's like sick of Wade, and he goes in there and he's like, you know what, Wade, I'm really sick of you. And he like drops a toaster in the bathtub. Wade dies, Jarrett. And then Wade, there's a funeral. Wade's sister comes. She dabbles in witchcraft and occultism. She resurrects Wade. He comes back. Anyone who sees his butt crack gets turned into a butt crack zombie themselves. So they're all walking around from this dark black magic with their butt cracks hanging out. There is a preacher man who is trying to fight the black magic. What is his name? Mojo Nixon from Super Mario Bros. He's there, and he is trying to fight the forces of evil butt cracks. It's a pretty terrific movie. It's pretty good. I recommend everyone watches it. Are you going to watch Butt Crack?
Nope.
Why not? It's not good, but I like it.
There you go.
Yep. The truth. All right, what do you got for me, man?
Well, I got Terra Firma.
Yeah, you can keep Terra Firma. I don't want any of that.
Oh man. So all I knew was RJ. Just like this movie seemed to really upset him greatly in some untold way, and I was like, "Whoa!" He was like messaging me about it, and I was like, "What is he on about?" So I'm like, "Well, I guess I better watch this Terra Firma," and so I did, and I started watching this movie, and I started laughing, and laughing some more, as this movie just like opens up with like a man being beaten to death with his own leg. You can't help but laugh, and then it's just. This is where Kaufman has begun to settle into his groove that he kind of rides out for up until even now. And this movie, I don't know what RJ's problem with it is.
Oh,
it
God.
is. I don't know. It's pretty funny. It's way too long. That's like one of the problems that emerges with some of these movies. You're like, why is this like 90 minutes is like the cap for some of this, but it's like suddenly you're like, no, Lloyd needs an hour and 46 minutes for his movies, and you're like, why? What are you doing and accomplishing in those like that 15 minutes? I don't even know what you would cut out necessarily, but it just seems like they overstay their welcome, is the unfortunate thing, which keeps these from being the true classics I know they could be. But Terra Firma, what's the plot trajectory of this bad boy, RJ?
I don't know. Well, it's a film crew.
Oh, yeah. So this is the one that's based on the book that I read. All I Need to Know About Filmmaking, I learned from the Toxic Avenger. Allegedly, it's based on that. It's not. It's really not at all. It's like, oh, here's like anecdotes about working on a set of a Troma movie with Lloyd Kaufman. Lloyd Kaufman returns to acting in front of the camera, where he plays, Larry Benjamin. He's blind. That's one of the jokes, because Lloyd Kaufman would be like, that's hilarious.
A blind director.
Yeah. We get the, I guess, first appearance here of Trent Haga playing Jerry. Trent Haga would go on to like work on a bunch of Troma stuff for a bit. Then he would go and write that movie Cheap Thrills, which is pretty good. We have Will Keenan return from his great triumph in Romeo and Juliet, here playing Casey, who plays this like kind of a dickhead, is kind of his character arc.
Yeah.
But then, of course, it turns out, spoilers, he's the killer.
What else is he, Jarrett?
He's also a hermaphrodite. So we get a nice shot of his peen vaginal lips and someone else's breasts. We get Ron Jeremy, who has the greatest Ron Jeremy appearance in a Troma film, playing his like mutilated father.
So
that makeup
okay.
was horrifying. It's so like messed up. Watching like the behind the scenes stuff for this film, which I might as well talk about too. Farts of Darkness, the making of Terra Firma.
Yep.
So there's two of these. There's also, to go along with Citizen Toxie, Apocalypse Soon, the making of Citizen Toxie. These two making ofs are easily in the top 5 of all Troma films. I'm a sucker for making of documentaries in the first place, but watching these, you kind of have to watch, I think, the movies to have a context to why these making ofs are good. And it's only these two, but these are like outstanding. Like they get, you get a vision of like the process of making a Troma film that like you don't get for any other film. Like you get like the whole like the stress, the tension, the spazziness of Lloyd Kaufman as he yells and freaks out about everything all the time, making situations all the worse because of the way he handles things.
What would he yell about, Jarrett?
Oh, you name it. You name a thing that could happen wrong. Like, oh, the wrong costumes are there. And like, because it's like, why are you people not doing this? Why aren't you doing your jobs? I can't keep track of everything. But it's like, you just changed your mind. Like, you didn't tell us you were going to do that. It like, these things do not paint Lloyd Kaufman in a positive light. In fact, it explains a lot about Lloyd Kaufman films. But like, it's kind of amazing that these things are released by Lloyd Kaufman. So he seems to be pretty okay with the fact that like the world will know, hey, this guy takes advantage of people, and people are really unhappy and are stressed out about it. Even though he'll kind of like package this as like, these people are so thankful that they worked on my movies because they learned more about making movies working with me than they could have in 4 years of film school, which may or may not be true. But if you actually look at the track record of people who like went out and beyond working for Troma, it's not very high, because it's like, it also attracts people that.
What about
like,
James Gunn, Jarrett?
The one time.
What about Romeo and Juliet, Jarrett?
That one guy, James Gunn, the one thing he hangs his entire hat on about his personal project, that one thing, yeah.
So you're saying that these documentaries are the real deal?
They're awesome. Like, I think they're fantastic. You've seen both of them. I'd say you should watch them. I mean, they're long. Like the Citizen Toxie one's like 2.5 hours, but I mean, I find them really fascinating because like you get a sense of like how much fun it is, I guess, to make movies too, and like and you get to see like the work and process that goes into this, and you're like, wow, like even if you think Terra Firma is like a complete piece of shit, you can't watch this making of and not appreciate the amount of work and effort that goes into making even like a piece of shit. Like it's like it's a amazing kind of thing. It's a reminder that like I think you know, even with like these, like say a Marvel movie that I would be like very critical of, it's like a lot of effort and time and work goes into making these, and even like those are like on the successful side, like unsuccessful movies, like the amount of work that goes into these things, like it really doesn't get celebrated enough. It's always about like the singular vision of Lloyd Kaufman, or like Kevin Feige. It's like everyone just talks about him. It's like he's the producer. It's like like what about all the other people, like all the effects work, the amount of time you could put into it. But yeah, I'll be talking about in a couple weeks making of documentaries. But yeah, Terra Firma, I don't know. I thought it was pretty funny. It just is too long. And
I like the title of the documentary.
Yeah, I've kind of expected that.
I tried to watch that first, and I was like, oh, this is about Terra Firma. And then I watched Terra Firma, and I was like, oh, I don't want to watch Farts of Darkness anymore.
You should. I think you would definitely enjoy it more.
I don't know if I'll ever watch a Troma movie again. Actually, that's not true. They distribute so many movies.
You never know when they'll
just by
sneak
chance.
up on you.
Yeah. Well, fuck. The one thing we never mentioned was that intro, dun, 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 with the Boyd Kaufman, Michael Hertz coming up. That I don't. So many fucking every single movie.
It'd be unfortunate if this episode had opened with that.
That'd be cool. Terra Firma is like the medley of everything Troma's ever done, it seems.
Yep.
Whereas like all the movies have like little nods to each other where it's like posters of Toxic Avenger, or like people are wearing T-shirts or mention of like all those other things.
All the Tromaville ones do.
All the Tromaville ones, yeah. And this is like the full trifecta of all that. That's not what I meant. It's like the full force of all that, where it's like, I think you really get a little bit of everything in Terra Firma. And there's like parts of it that I thought were okay, but I honestly, this movie really just fucking rubbed me the wrong way, where I was like 20 minutes in. I was like, I fucking hate this thing. And I don't even know why right now, because I think I blocked a lot of it out of my mind, but it was so much of it was just like on the nose, like bad jokes, where I was just like, fuck. I was like, I don't care anymore. Where even like the blind director stuff, like it just, there's so much of it all the time. And I was like, fuck me. I was like, I don't, it's not funny, Boyd. It's not funny.
Wow.
Whereas like, it's like the guy who shits his pants and they're like,
that's when it becomes funny though.
Oh, well, for some people, or like the guy who shits his pants and they're like, they're like, we didn't want a pants shitting effect. And they're like, try it out.
Oh no.
Like, this isn't pudding.
Oh fuck. That's so funny. That's so goddamn funny. And then, oh, come on. That was hilarious. That guy, oh my God, the stuff they put him through. Yeah, whatever, Yaniv or whatever his name is. God damn it. Him like running around naked. Fuck that. No, him like eating that. That was hilarious.
So there's that. I don't know. It was just like all of that. Like so much of it, I was just kind of like. Like all the hermaphrodite like killer stuff, I was kind of just like, ugh.
Well, that's just like straight out of like, it's just like Dress to Kill or like any number of
I know.
killer. Yeah. That part is just like fine, but it's like it's just there. It's like the least interesting thing because like it's pretty obvious. It's like, well, there's not very many people who could possibly be the killer. It probably is Will Keenan.
I did think Ron Jeremy was like super fucking like haunting looking. When I saw him, I was like, oh, like not even in like a bad like, oh, I don't like this. I was just like, oh, I was like,
that makeup is really good.
Yeah, he looks pretty wild. I don't know, Jarrett. I don't know what it was about Terra Firma. It was just like I was watching it and I was like, man, I am not into this fucking thing at all. And it's fine that you are like
the second phase of Troma is not to your liking.
Yeah, not really, to be honest. Like I'm not really into these later day Troma ones, but I don't know. Like I'm not mad that if other people like it. It's not like one of those movies where it's like if you like that movie, you're a piece of shit. Like I really didn't like Terra Firma, and I don't mind that you liked it. That's fine.
I thought it was funny. Like, yeah. But so Citizen Toxie, the Toxic Avenger 4. Again, do you have the same? Because like, so this is the one movie that Chanel came downstairs and was watching some of with me, and she was laughing out loud with me watching this movie because it's
Yeah. So Citizen Toxie, there are things that I like in it, but again, it's this new age Troma stuff where I find like some of it is like so over the top on the nose that it really pulls me out of it. And like I know you said like I am like very confused when it comes to my taste, I guess. Because it like there's some like I liked Butt Crack. I liked a movie that was entirely about a guy's butt crack. I thought that was funny. And like so Terra Firma and Citizen Toxic.
Swiss Army Man.
Yeah, exactly. So like these two movies should be like slam dunks for me, but for whatever reason I don't really get it. And I don't know, like Sergeant Kabuki Man in this one, I was like so annoyed by it. I was like, ugh. It's like I don't want to see you. I thought like the universe swap thing was fine. I was like, that's okay. But like this movie opens up with like the school for retards, and then it's like the new video game, kill all retards. And it's not like that doesn't like I'm not going to like fucking make a petition on change.org and be like, Boy Kaufman has to be stopped. Like, I don't care about that. But at the same time, I'm just like, yeah, like this isn't for me that much. And also, like I said, I don't really like the way Toxic Avenger looks in this. Like his head is like so stiff. I was like, it's like, that doesn't look good. I thought Noxie looked cool. I liked his little like rat braid.
Yeah.
So like, I think Citizen Toxie is fine. It's just, I don't know, man. There's like certain things, like even like the fetus battle at the end, I was kind of like, eh.
With the Duel of the Fates sound-alike music.
Yeah, I was kind of just like, I don't care that much.
No,
like,
again, these movies, they go on too long. These
for sure. They're way too long. So I don't know. Tell me why you liked Citizen Toxic.
Well, I thought again, like it was like another movie that this is I liked it the least of this phase 2. I didn't like it as much as Terra Firma.
Yeah,
and the jokes didn't come as constant, I guess. And it didn't have Ron Jeremy makeup, but it had like, I don't know, it had just like ridiculous gore effects. I really did like the idea of like the parallel universes.
Yeah, no, that's not bad actually. Yeah. Like
I like we still haven't really talked about what's his name? The fat guy, Joe Sheshaker.
Joe Flesher. Isn't it?
It's Fleshaker. Yeah. So he becomes like the new Pat Ryan. He is no Pat Ryan though. Him being in something does not assure anything. He has no real screen presence. But like apparently he talks about it in one of the making ofs. Like he has like a addiction to flour. And so he's just like gigantic. Because in Terra Firma he gets chopped up in the elevator or an escalator.
Mm-hmm.
And in this one he's the
fat sidekick.
Lard ass.
Who blows up. I thought you would like that.
Lard ass. Yeah, you get the long gimmick of the countdown taking forever. Yeah. The baby diaper mafia attacks the school for the mentally retarded. And then from the explosion they split paths and they go into each other's other universes. So we get like a Mortaville, which I think is a good play on words.
Yeah, I thought that like the opposites actually worked pretty good. Like Noxic Offender, I was like, that's not bad. I was like, that's an okay like reverse.
Yeah, it's good.
Yeah.
Yeah, and again, maybe there's things that improve when you watch the Apocalypse Soon, the making of Citizen Toxie, but you find out just like how fucking shitty the stuntmen are. Where there's like they were paying a guy like way too much money to like jump 3 feet, and then like they show like the regular actors do their own stunts, and they just can do it, and you're like. What these guys are really afraid to do anything, but they want to get paid a lot of money. Or the guy with the guns that they fired at the school, like it just won't work, and like it's costing like thousands of dollars to do this stuff. All the little things you just take for granted, I guess, when you're a movie viewer who doesn't have to deal with the bullshit. You don't have to put up with the process that goes into making like even a Citizen Toxie. But I don't know. This one's like I enjoyed it. Like there's enough things in it that like I laughed at, but again, this is like right on the line. I mean, it's definitely the best Toxic Avenger sequel.
Oh, yeah.
But without a doubt.
Yeah, like I feel like 2 and 3 have like certain charming elements for me that I'm like, yeah, though that's not bad. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Like that's what I mean. Citizen Toxie and Terra Firma should be slam dunks for me, but they're not. And I don't really know why. Like, there's certain parts of it that I do think are funny. Like, Vardas was kind of funny. I was like, yeah, I like this fat guy. Oh, by the way, he is now my most watched actor this year.
Excellent.
Which is pretty choice. And Moy Kaufman is my most watched director. Wow. I don't think I'll top those. So, I mean, That's the game we play, man.
That's right.
The game.
It's like Charles Band last year dominated 2018.
So yeah, I kind of liked the alternate universe thing, but I did find the hard R character a little
yeah, I didn't think that worked.
Distasteful.
I don't think it was distasteful. It wasn't funny.
It doesn't work. Yeah, it's not funny.
Yeah, it's way too much. He has this affectation. It's just like, yeah, that bit kind of they drove into the ground. That's the stuff I did not like. Yeah, for sure.
And see, that's the kind of stuff.
It's no terra firma.
Yeah, that's the kind of stuff where I actually put Toxic Avenger 2, 3, and 4 probably all on the completely equal plane. Where I think every one of them had stuff I didn't like, and each one of them had a few things that I did like. So I don't know. I think after 1, it's just all shit from there. So which I don't know. That's a little unfair. 2, 3, and 4 for Toxic Avenger at least. I think they do all have some good things to them, but I don't know.
Well,
Troma,
RJ,
man.
You didn't watch Tales from the Crapper, so...
I did not, but you can tell me about it.
So, without a doubt, the worst thing that Troma's ever made. So this is apparently the story goes, and there's even a making of for this called The Thick Brown Line.
Of course there is.
And even it's not very good, because it comes in halfway through the story. So, Lloyd Kaufman... Back in the early days, the Troma website was going. They were going to be on that .com bubble, and they were going to do a TV show or a web show called Tales from the Crapper. And they gave this woman $250,000 to make episodes that they would put on the website. So this woman, she was a former Playboy model. What's India Allen? And I always wonder, I'm like, why on earth did Lloyd Kaufman give this woman $250,000, a woman who's never directed or made anything in her entire life? And I'll just let you fill in the gaps. I'll let everyone just imagine. But
is there actual story there, or just assumptions?
Nope, just assumptions from me. It doesn't get brought up.
Okay,
it never gets. No one talks about it in the thick.
I can
brown
fill in
line,
those blanks.
But it's why did he do this? It doesn't make any sense. He's such a money-minded person, and he complains about all sorts of things. But he thought this was a good idea. So what happened was, some time passes, and then they get the footage that this woman has made, and it's absolutely unusable garbage. It's absolutely worthless. So Lloyd Kaufman, who's never turned down a challenge, he's like, well, fuck it. We have to get some of my money back. So we're going to fill in the gaps. I'm going to get the A team. I'm going to get James Gunn in on this. We're going to work on this. We're going to salvage this unsalvageable mess. And they don't. They absolutely cannot. Where it's some generic cop story. No, sorry. No, it's an anthology idea.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Is this an anthology story?
It's supposed to be, but there's a cop in strip clubs, because that's what this footage was all shot for. It's it's 2 short stories that take up the whole length of it. But it's there's times where it's the music is or the sound has completely been dubbed over because the sound that was originally recorded was unusable. It's just unwatchable. There's aliens, RJ. So I mean, maybe you should check this out. But
in Tales from the Crapper,
yeah,
really,
yes.
Well, add it to my alien list.
There you go. But yeah, it is, I guess, unwatchable. There's no reason. There's no purpose other than if you were a masochist and had to watch this. I watched maybe 20 minutes and I was like, nope. Then
so you're telling me it was good, hey?
So I started watching the making of, and even the making of, I was after watching the last 2, which were so great, this one was oh. It tells you half the story, and it's just they're working on making absolute crap. And they keep making excuses. And it's Lloyd Kaufman. He was also shooting this one more himself, where the other ones were actually made by other people. So you don't have that removal that Kaufman would have.
Right.
Yeah, so, whew. Yeah.
Tales from the Crapper, eh? How does that line up with Poultrygeist?
Different quality levels of why I don't like those movies, but...
you might as well hit Poultrygeist now, too, though, right?
I suppose. So I watched Poultrygeist, which many regard as one of the best Troma films.
A revival.
Some say this is the up there with Troma and Juliet.
Return to form.
This is not the case. So Poultrygeist is apparently, the story goes that Kaufman tells, and he's a storyteller.
Oh yeah,
is a McDonald's moved in next to the Troma offices, and apparently they started getting lots of rats and like other disgusting things. And the McDonald's were not good neighbors. And he would talk to them about this, and they did nothing. So he's like, well, I'm going to make a movie about how disgusting McDonald's are. So he makes a movie about KFC
instead,
right?
Yeah, that's like that's not even this kind of the same thing.
No, so he gets like they're able to like rent a McDonald's that's been abandoned or closed in like Queens, and this movie is like. They just start like at this point. Okay, one thing we haven't talked about is the downscaling of the company. How it seems like at one point they spent money to make movies, and then I think over time they realized, hey, it doesn't matter how much we spend on a movie, we make the same amount. So we're just going to keep cutting back how much we spend, and they'll make about the same. And so every movie, it's just about cutting corners just a little bit more. So Poultrygeist, the only thing to recommend Poultrygeist is the Night of the Living Dead chicken mutant monster possession stuff, which is pretty rad. Like the costumes for all the chicken monster people are pretty cool. And you get them like in like hordes of them coming down on this building. The movie itself, so I believe there's something involving burial Indian graveyard stuff.
Of course.
Oh, the other thing that's a commonality in Lloyd Kaufman is he really loves talking about Native Americans, and he's making jokes about them. And but in this one, it's about how drunk they are.
Yeah.
There you go, RJ. Yeah. There you go.
Yep. Well, I mean, I haven't seen it come up yet, but I mean.
Oh, it's
not surprising.
Yeah, when he does, it's always like, hey, here's like an Italian in an Indian costume.
Oh, that's the one thing that I like in Cannibal is when they do encounter the First Nations peoples. It's Japanese. Just Japanese.
Yeah.
I thought that was funny. I liked it.
Yeah.
Tell me more about Poultrygeist's.
Well, the downside of this whole number is it's a musical, and it is a horrible musical. The songs suck. I couldn't even imagine you watching this. If you didn't like Terra Firma and you didn't like Citizen Toxie, this is like so much worse than those things.
I believe it.
It's so bad. Lloyd Kaufman again is in his too. I don't even know what the fuck to talk about with this movie. Let's pull up the synopsis.
That's enough.
That's a starter.
That's enough. I don't know. We've been talking for like 8 hours.
Oh, only almost 4. Just shy.
Just shy.
Humans, the other white meat. Unless you're black, then it's dark meat. Or if you were Asian, then it's yellow meat. Or if you were Native American, it's red meat. See, that's where we're going. Yeah. That's where we're going with this type of movie picture. I follow. Yeah. It is just like, I don't know. There's a couple of death scenes that are like pretty awesome. Like and actually one of them involving Joe Fleshshaker, where he emerges out of himself as like a muscle man on skeleton, and he's like walking around. That is pretty awesome. That's about it. This movie sucks though. Like, not good. Not good at all. But man, there's people who fucking love it, and it's like, I ask, what's wrong with them? Is that a generational gap? Maybe this one's for you. Maybe you're part of the Poultrygeist generation, RJ.
I really doubt it, man.
I doubt it too.
I really doubt it. There's so few things that I like. I don't know what it is. Andrea asked me the other day. She's like, "When did you like die inside?" And I was like, "Well, I don't know. Last couple of years, I guess." She's like, "You used to like so much stuff, and now you just don't like anything." I was like, "Yeah, I know." I know. I don't know what to tell you. It all started 3 years ago when I started this podcast.
That's true.
Yeah, and then I just full of remorse and hate and loathing. Yep. Poultrygeist, eh?
Yeah. One thing I'll throw out too is because we haven't talked about him yet. One of the highlights of doing this Troma thing for me is that I've discovered the films of Giuseppe Andrews. Yeah, I watched. I would say that like the jumping on point for him would be watching the Adam Rifkin documentary. Giuseppe Makes a Movie. That would give you a sense of the sort of movies that he's making, because these are Gummo style Harmony Korine films. Like, and these are like, this is more like the trash humpers side of things. So your mileage will definitely vary depending on your tolerance for this type of filmmaking. But Lloyd Kaufman was distributing his stuff in the early days and put out a few of his films like Trailer Town, and one of the one that I actually quite liked, Touch Me in the Morning, and there's one other one called Pieces, something like that. I didn't get to watch that one. Ran out of time. Watching 50 of these in 1 month will do that to you.
Mm-hmm.
But I've enjoyed his films. It's I wouldn't have watched them otherwise if I hadn't done this. So, yay!
So you got something out of it?
I got one thing out of it.
That's nice.
And a very long podcast episode. But how about Axiom Maximus, RJ?
Oh, baby. Okay, how do you want to go about this?
You just tell me how it went down. You messaged me yesterday.
Yeah,
saying,
lay it out there for people.
You went and I'm like, what? Axiom Maximus. You should watch the first 5 minutes. Just watch the first 5 minutes of this movie. And I was like, okay, I can do that. And then I watched the first 5 minutes. Within the first minute or so, I was like, whoa, what the fuck is this? But then about the next 2.5 minutes are black credits. And I'm like, what is RJ talking about? And then I'm like, okay, I'm just going to keep watching it based on the first minute. And wow, this is some outsider art here.
Yeah, so Axiom Maximus, War of the Alien Dinosaurs is the subtitle. 2005, directed by Mark Hicks. So when I said to Jarrett, I was like, what I meant was, we got a live one here, man. We got to watch this thing. And the reason I wanted Jarrett to watch a little bit of it was because I was like, I will probably not describe this accurately, and I need someone else to have seen a little bit of it,
right,
to kind of steer me in the right way. So this was actually this is a double bill with Star Wars 2. Apparently, this thing gets packaged together with one of the worst movies I watched all month.
Yep. So
I'm watching this. I throw on this Axiom Maximus, and I was just like, "What? What?" So this thing is like, I rated this really highly in my ranked list. I watched the whole thing. I think
that's a tough order too, because this movie is not an easy watch.
It's not very accessible.
All you need is about maybe the first half hour, and you're good.
At most, yeah, at most, yeah, and you'll get the whole run through. This movie is like, it's wild, man. Like, so you start and you get like kind of this explanation about how there is this, or you don't even get an explanation about the planet, but there is this like different planet with aliens, and there is a Colosseum, like gladiatorial like thing where the planet is run by this grand automaton Polpox, who's kind of like a Doctor Who villain.
Yep.
What are the Daleks or whatever? It's like this cubey thing that like moves, and it's this like sentient robot, and he rules everything on this planet. And then there are these other aliens called the Laphrodites, which I kind of thought, like in Halo 3, the video game, there were those like parasite things that were like kind of floating like squiddy guys. That was like the best way I could pick it. And so like the Grand Automaton doesn't like that these like rebels are here. He doesn't like their religious practices. They're not like assimilating. But there are these gladiatorial games, and they have the things that they call alien dinosaurs. But what they're just like these giant fucking monsters with like 3 or 4 heads. And when you get introduced to these things, there's like this guitar, like doom metal music playing, and they just like come out and they're like, "Bro," and it's just like long lingering shots of them kind of moving, but never fighting each other. It's just them moving. Mm-hmm. And then it'll show you like the aftermath, and it'll just be like body parts, and it'll be close-ups of like red stuff, and it's like red fuzz. And it's really hard to distinguish what's going on. And I said in my review, I was like, so when I had shingles, Jarrett, from cruising, when you gave me shingles, I was on this medication, and I had like these fever dreams, and they were like totally fucking like vivid, and like I was like kind of lucid awake, but they were like completely incomprehensible. And I feel like that's what this movie is, where it's like, it's not like a hard storyline to follow. Like you can kind of follow it, but there's all these dips into these long action scenes with the doom metal playing, and it's just it's fucking crazy, man. Like I do like this movie. I watched the whole thing and I was just like I don't know. I don't even know what this is.
I love the idea of this movie. And I love the look. Like when all the kids are always on about vaporwave and stuff, or synthwave and stuff like that. It's like that's what this is, and no one talks about it. I think it being part of the Troma label probably hurts it. Yeah. No one's gonna watch this. Like you look at the poster and you're like, what the fuck is this? And like you watch it and you're like, what is this? Like how? Like who made this? Like some man? Like I want to know more about Mark Hicks. I want to know this guy.
Yeah. Okay, so I did some digging. And this guy's a fucking ghost. It was the only thing he ever made. He acted, directed, and produced it. A lot of his family did like the designs and stuff like that. And he's like the main guy, but I can't find anything else about how this guy existed.
Yeah.
So
what happened to him? Where is he?
Yeah.
Now?
Where that is, but like there's him, and this actually really reminded me of like a Mega 64 skit. But like even that is like giving this thing a lot of credit, where it's just like the Mega 64 stuff is like actually like produced. I don't know, man. Like this thing, that the only reason I wanted you to watch this was because I was like, I don't know how to fucking talk about this thing, but I want to because I'm kind of like taken back by this.
Well, you know what? It kind of reminds me of like if you remember Evil Within. Where like it's this movie that's made by this like cokehead, or like,
yeah,
and it's like, but it's actually a movie,
yeah.
And then you have this movie, which like I'm like, what? Like, where did this go wrong? Like, what was the process of it? Like, but it's amazing. But it's like I love it because of how it doesn't resemble anything that anyone would actually want to make, and it's there, and it's just like so repetitive and like puppets. The puppets all look awesome though. Like, so much work was actually put into like the design, and I actually at times love because there's these like the unintelligible dialogue, and like some of it's subtitled and some of it isn't. But you read the dialogue, you're like, I love this like ridiculous shitty sci-fi text that you're getting where the words don't make any sense. But I never got more sick of anything in my life as every time I get meanwhile on Cursorplex or whatever it was. I hated that so much.
It happens
a
lot.
Because I kept thinking like the movie was over, and then it's like meanwhile. I'm like, no, I just want it to end.
Yeah.
Like,
it's
feature length. And like it's so like nothing changes or happens in it, but like it's quite a trip to watch.
Yeah, like if any, so like you were saying, your big takeaway from Troma was finding Giuseppe. My big takeaway is Actia Maximus, man. Like because, like it's the only reason I watched it was because it had Alien in the title.
Yeah.
And like I was just, and see, like even now I'm just like I don't even know how to fucking talk about this thing, and that was why I wanted you to watch it. I was like, I need someone else to bounce this off of because it's not like. This isn't like Citizen Kane, guys.
This isn't a movie.
This isn't a movie. It's not even on IMDb. It's not even tagged as a movie. It's tagged as a video.
Yeah.
But
this did not have a theatrical release.
It's so, I don't know. It's unlike anything else.
Yeah.
I was just like, man, this is
fascinating. It's fascinating stuff. Like I said, like I put this
how bizarre.
It's an art film than it is anything that Troma would put out. Speaking of art in cinema, The Taint. We're in the home stretch, RJ.
Yeah, I know we're getting close. We might only need one more bathroom break before we can finish this.
Oh, we can do it.
The Taint. What's there to say about The Taint, Jarrett?
This title is very misleading. The poster is striking. I've always remembered this poster since like first getting back into the DVD horror Blu-ray kind of thing way back when, and being like, what is this movie? That looks kind of cool. But then I'd see that Troma thing, go, ugh. And then be like, so I've always just been like, nah, not for me. And I've always like never really known what it was about. And then then you watched it.
A friend of the show was telling me that he met the creator of The Taint in an elevator one time. And he said, I liked your movie. And the guy went, cool, thanks, man. That's that.
Wow.
So The Taint is like, I watched it a while ago, but so This movie is like this dystopian future where the water is tainted. I guess maybe that's the taint.
Yeah.
Yeah, not like an actual like mangled taint.
We'll just yes, it's not the male taint.
So it's the water is tainted, and like the water turns people into these like ravenous like zombie type people
who murder and rape and torture women.
Murder and rape, yeah.
But you also get a big penis out of the deal.
Yes, that's true. Yeah, you get this huge dick. So I take this as dicks and boners. And a friend of the show, Sam Sanchez, was like, both dicks and boners. And I was like, yeah, it's a very subtle distinction there. Allegedly. So there are these like dick boner rapists walking around. And then you're introduced to this like blonde, like baby face guy. And
he's a simpleton.
He's a simpleton. And he's kind of like
the director.
Yes. Yeah. So he's the guy. And he's like kind of doing his own thing. And he comes across this lady and they're talking about it as like, oh, you haven't changed. And I feel like this world is for people who don't hydrate properly, but because it's like anyone who was just drinking pop would have probably been fine. Like I know people who don't drink water. There was this fucking guy I know, Jarrett, last week. He's like, it's so hot out. I don't want to like dehydrate. So you know what he did? Instead of drinking a glass of water, he bought a fucking watermelon to eat instead of drinking water. I was like, just drink water.
Fascinating.
So anyways, there are people who just don't drink water, which is unbelievable. This thing, like, I don't like new digital filming. I think it looks like shit.
Yep.
And this thing also goes for like art house aesthetic, which I also don't really like, but I kind of liked this movie. Like, I think it does do some things right. It's just I don't like the new digital filming, and it's
that's something that's also crept up in the Troma movies after like with Terra Firma. Like it looks digital to me, and I can't get confirmation on that. But like that's where that became. Then Poltergeist is just like looks like horrible.
So that's a major bummer. But there are a few things I liked in this movie, and it actually really reminded me of Fatal Farm's RoboCop thing, just like boner rapists like kind of walking around. I don't know. I think the taint is pretty good. Like I don't think it's not an 8+ movie or anything like that, but I liked it more than some of the other Troma stuff I was watching.
It was just like so it's all flashbacks. Like
there's a lot of flashbacks.
That's like there's like the main thrust of the movie, which is maybe about 20 minutes of it, and then there's like the other 50 minutes. It's like 20 minutes per flashback or something like that, and you're like, oh, it's like it reminds me of like there's like the one movie, The Signal, which is like a much better movie. It's like kind of like zombies or whatever. And this, it's like, what are these people? Like they can control themselves, but women just make them go out and kill people. They don't really flush that one out too much. Oh, we also get the abortion with the coat hanger scene thrown in there for good measure.
Yeah, that one's a little.
But you're okay with that one, apparently, compared to other things that we've seen.
No, I wasn't like super into that.
Real into that?
I wasn't real into that or anything
really?
Like that. I mean, I rated Romeo and Juliet higher than The Taint, and I didn't like that. I don't like rape dungeons or abortion coat hangers.
In my dorm room.
Yeah, this is the thing. This is when we were like, we're gonna do Troma. I was like, I'd rather not.
Yeah, this movie feels like the child of Troma, though. Like everything about it. Like when you have like the one guy. Okay, first of all, I just got to ask. Neither of you two are faggots, right? And I'm like, what the fuck?
You're like good.
It's like that flies in 1985. In 2010, it's kind of like, ugh. You're really just going to alienate a whole bunch of people, aren't you? Because it's not even like this is a period piece, and we're going to ironically call people fags, which is just as awesome, right, RJ? Yeah. So The Taint. Not a fan. It just felt like a really cheap kind of like YouTube video series that I would never watch.
That's fine. I didn't think you would like it.
No. And then 2011, boy, this is like where me and Troma go part ways. Yep. So you watched Father's Day, but I just want to mention that I attempted watching this film that they also picked up called The Los Angeles Ripper, aka LA Maniac. I watched 13 minutes of this, and I was good. This is shot on video, like mini DV,
in 2011,
mini DV, or like it, or actually maybe even on someone's phone. It is just absolute garbage. Like,
Good.
absolutely, like, fuck off. Do not waste my time with this ever. So that's where my like, nope. Modern cinema, I don't know. There's something wrong with it because
Something's wrong, all right, man.
yeah, I don't know. This is what people are wanting to do, and yeah. But tell me about Father's Day, RJ.
Okay, so Father's Day is a very mixed bag, Jarrett. A mixed bag. So you and me have talked about this. You don't like Astron 6, right?
Nope.
So this was my first foray into Astron 6. I'd never seen any of their stuff before. And I feel like it's kind of this mix between like kind of like Tim and Eric, but mixed with like the grime of Troma and then something else on top of that. Something else on top of that too, Jarrett. So it's like this mix between this like very self-aware comedy, over the top gore, and then like pushing boundaries of what's obscene. I think that's why like Lloyd Kaufman was into this.
Of course, yeah. Yeah, because they also distributed, there's like an Astron 6 short films DVD that they also put out.
Yeah. So there's that, and then from what I believe, or from what I've been led to believe, there's the Manborg movie.
Yep.
And then they have a Giallo,
the editor. Yeah.
Are you a fan?
No,
you don't like them at all, right?
No, they are absolutely not my thing.
What about that BioCop preview? That was awesome. Have you seen that?
No.
No. Okay. So there's like on one of their features, there's like a 5-minute trailer for a movie that like, cause I guess that's how they got started. They were making like fake trailers.
Yeah.
And there's a thing called BioCop. I actually really like that. I thought that was awesome. And
is
then
it like Kung Fury?
It's like a cop that's like melting and wants to die but can't.
Well, that sounds okay, but I'm sure that these boys will mess it up because they also did that The Void, or half of them did The Void.
Yeah. Okay. So apparently, what it was like Astron 6 is like it was 2 different groups of filmmakers from fucking Winnipeg,
yep,
of all places, and apparently they were always competing against each other in these like fake. Like, or these film festivals where it's like short films, yep, where they were making these like fake trailers. And eventually they were just like, hey, why don't we just do something together? So now they are doing stuff together. But it was one guy who did The Void. It was Jeremy Gillespie, I think, was the guy. Yeah, so like one of the dudes went off and did The Void, but not all of them are in there. So it's just like these other ones. But yeah, like that BioCop is really cool. And then they have a short in ABC's A Death that I watched. Have you seen that?
Yes.
I liked that, where it's like action toys and they like go to the world of the action toys. I thought that was really good too. It's really fucking dark. It's got like fantasy, man. I'll send them your way. They're both loggable on Letterboxd, so it's not wasted time, Jarrett.
Perfect.
I'll send them both your way after. But anyways,
I don't like to waste my time.
I know you don't. You don't. If you can't log it, Jarrett won't watch it. That's just a fact. So Father's Day is this movie where there is a man named Fuckman who goes around and he rapes dads. So if you're a dad, this guy is going to rape you. There are lots of scenes of men being raped, which is definitely the part of the movie that I'm not a fan of, because I don't like watching people being raped. And it is a very strong element in this movie.
Yep.
So there's that, and I'm not really on board with that. So what happens is there's that. Then you have like his name is Ahab. So he's like the Ahab character. Mm-hmm. He was the guy who had lived through it years ago, and he's back now because Fuckman is back. You have the younger guy who's experiencing it for the first time. His dad gets raped and murdered. So it's the young guy, the Ahab character, and then a priest, and they're teaming up to battle the Fuckman. So what you have is they're fighting the Fuckman, and this movie has a couple turns where it's like, at first it's just them, they're trying to find this guy, and then it turns into like this occult thing where the Fuckman has like an occult of followers, and you're like, oh, okay, and it goes that way. And then what happens is it actually goes into the spiritual realm, Jarrett, and they go into hell to battle the fuck demon, fuck man, and then it goes that route also. So this movie has a couple turns. I actually, believe it or not, Jarrett, I actually liked Father's Day. I don't like the rape stuff. It is excessive. It's too much, and it just shows guys getting raped. There's like guys just covered in shit in this movie, and I was like, ugh. So like I don't really like that stuff, but I did like. I actually do kind of I do like their humor. I know you said you don't like their humor. There are certain scenes in this that I actually thought were pretty funny, and I think I do kind of like what they're going for. Like I see why you don't like it, like the way it's kind of set up, which is the same reasons why I don't like Terra Firma, where like the way the comedy is presented. I don't like Terra Firma for that, but Father's Day somehow works for me. It's just, yeah, the rape stuff really kind of brings me down, but the rest of the movie, I was like, yeah, this isn't bad. Like, I was like, I like this, and there's some funny stuff that I laughed at. I do think for you, it's probably some of it is just too over the top in the comedy, or like too like
shitty,
too like wink wink.
It's like the production of it, how cheap it looks. Like, it looks like shit to me. Like, it doesn't, like, I'm so distracted by like how poorly made the movies are.
Sure.
And it's like they could try so much harder to do this, and they don't, because that's like part of their aesthetic. It's like not my thing at all.
No, I get it. I can see why it wouldn't be for you, but it's like I said, amazingly, I was into it. This movie had body burns. It had body melts. Had some strip club priests.
Now you can watch Manborg.
I will watch Manborg. I'll watch their other stuff in Creeptober. But I'll send you those shorts. They're actually pretty good. But I don't know. Maybe you won't like them. I don't know anymore. What else do we have to talk about?
Finally. I watched Return to Nukem High Volume 1.
Volume 1. So how was the return?
Not good. Not good.
Not good, man.
So this is like, apparently the tale goes that Lloyd Kaufman was talking to Quentin Tarantino, like at Cannes a few years earlier, and Tarantino's like, you should do something more ambitious.
Fuck.
Like, do something, like, make like a real movie. Like, why are you slumming it? Why are you still making this stuff? You should make a real movie. Like, I like your stuff. Why don't you make a real movie? And he took him up on his challenge, and he's like, well, in my homage, I'm going to do 2 volumes just like Kill Bill. And so he decided to do, he basically just took Class of Nukem High and split it into 2 movies and remade them with like 2013 Canadian TV like production value.
Why?
That's the step up.
But why?
Because I don't know. Because everyone's like gotten smart and doesn't work for him anymore. He's like alienated everyone. I sent you some pictures of the types of people that go to conventions and work for him still.
Oh yeah,
you've seen it all. And
I've seen some stuff.
You've seen some things, and boy, oh boy, yeah, this movie is just like, it's so unessential. It is so unnecessary. It doesn't need to exist. It doesn't do it. It does everything the original movie did, but it takes a lot longer to get to those things. And they changed up the thing where it's like, well, instead of like a guy girl, it's 2 girls.
Of course it is.
Yeah, because that's hot. But it's like, no.
Is it?
It's not. It's not. I don't care. It's like, yeah. But yeah, I don't go to Troma for sexiness.
Why not?
It's just I don't really watch most things for sexiness.
What do you? I was gonna call you a big Q word, but
well,
I caught it though.
This would have been the episode to do it.
I know,
you hate monger.
Yeah, whatever.
Yeah. So yeah, I'd seen some people say like, "Wow, this movie's got really good lighting and it looks like a real movie," and I'm like, "No, it doesn't. It looks like a TV movie at best," which I guess is still a step up. But I'm like, no, like the Toxie 1 and Class of Nukem High 1 I thought looked okay. I mean,
is there any word on what Quentin thought of this?
No, I don't know. Words soon coming. I'm pretty sure they'll just be like, oh, that's what that will look like.
Oh,
and so the other thing, so this movie, this is where Lloyd has discovered Kickstarter.
Oh no!
So now
Of course.
he's got that Kickstarter money. After James Rolfe made a whole bunch of money to make a really bad movie, Lloyd Kaufman can do that too. And so Volume 2 is still apparently making its way to backers at this very moment. And yeah, I mean, it looks like with Return to Nukem High, Lloyd discovered CGI blood, which is one thing that you could say was good about the earlier films, that he was still doing everything practical. But come to Return to Nukem High, let's gussy it up. I mean, there are practical reasons to use CGI blood where you don't have to ruin clothing because of exploding blood everywhere. But especially when you're working low budget, it makes way more sense. And it's interesting that Kaufman went so long, but he never does he doesn't really do second takes or anything like that. He's a very sloppy filmmaker and
very sloppy,
very always stressing out about the wrong things, I believe.
I follow.
Yeah.
I follow, Jared.
There's a reason why he is Lloyd Kaufman. He's the brand ambassador.
Ooh. Well then.
Yeah.
So we're almost in the finishing light here, Jarrett.
I think that's it.
What about Doggy Tales?
Well, you can tell me about Doggy Tales.
So Jarrett, this is probably unironically one of the best Troma movies I watched all month. It is 30 minutes of puppies at a dog park playing. Nothing uncouth happens to any of those dogs. There's no secret dog killer, Silver Lake style, hiding in the background. There's no Toxic Avenger blind support dogs being shot or anything like that. It's just 30 minutes of dogs hanging out, running around. The dogs talk. One dog's really scared because it's going to the kennel, and it's I don't know what it's going to be like over there. But the other dogs comfort the doggy, and it's hey, this is the kind of stuff we're into. And it's just them running around, playing with toys, going for a swim. It's big doggy fun, it says, Jarrett.
Wow.
Directed by Uncle Lloyd himself.
Allegedly.
On the YouTube, that's what it claims. 49 people have logged this film.
Nice.
So I'm on board with it. I think it's good. Doggy Tales, Jarrett.
Beautiful.
Doggy Tales. And I think is that a wrap?
I think that's it.
On Tromaville?
Yep. This will be our longest episode ever. Taking full moon over.
Overtaking full moon?
Yep.
What are we at here?
Oh, wow. We've been recording for 4.5 hours.
Christ.
Yeah. We'll see what that breaks down to with a little bit of trimming, but that'll do it. And I just made my Troma ranked list live.
You did?
Yeah. So
good for you.
For all the world. Well, folks, I hope it was worth it. I'd be really surprised if anyone is still listening at this point. But if you are, congratulations. Kudos to you.
Congratulations. You almost wasted a 30th of the time we wasted this month.
That's right. That's right.
Sadly.
Well, next time you hear from us, we'll be talking about Jean-Luc Godard, of all things.
Oh, they're almost the same, right?
And perhaps we'll throw in a treat for anyone still listening at this point. The week after that, we're doing Blade Runner.
Ooh, do you think anyone actually is going to listen to this?
We're going to find out.
We'll find out, hey?
Well, awesome.
All right.
What are we going to do next year, RJ?
Nothing. I really hope the podcast is over by then.
Well, you just might get your wish.
Yeah, we'll see.
Good night, folks. Watch
Goodbye.
out for those dog rapists and father fuckers shotgunning women and blowing off dicks and all those Kaufman-esque things.
Blowing off dicks, hey?
Yep.
Unbelievable. We're bad people.
Phoebe Legends was toxic vixen until she got Ghostbusted. And the priceless road trips, nightmare weekends on the Jersey Shore. And special effects in recorded live, people just played it. Troma's War.